Being 10 o'clock, I'll open the committee of conference on HB1 and HB2 and announce that we are in a break. We're discussing things in the other room, and we'll come back at 11. We'll be back at 11. Thank you.
think we're all set, Representative Weiler.
All right.
So
well,
before the committee, there's 3 documents we just handed out, would be the shaded versions of the House Bill 2 compare, the shaded version of the House Bill 1, and then the detailed change document.
Okay, only one is dated 6/16, the other is still 6/13, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we had sent some of these out over the weekend to members.
All right, which one would you like to start with?
So I believe that you may want to start with the House Bill 2 side by side.
Yeah,
I
'cause
believe
we've
there were
got-
some
we've got-
discussions where you may want to go through some of that to maybe ask the Senate questions and or let the Senate know whether you agree with something or not.
Yeah, I think we've got a few that we've discussed in our session and we'll probably agree to.
May I?
Representative McGuire.
Thank you. So, line 16, House passed section 16, that's already passed into law, I believe. Or it's passed by both bodies, not yet been signed by the governor. That was House Bill 781. So we can agree to delete that.
Okay, so on line 16 and page 43, we exceed.
Right. So on this site evaluation stuff, that's a big topic that I'm hoping Representative Aaron and Senator Pearl will get together on and think something out on the side. On the EFA things, Representative Erf has an amendment. That's a technical kind of thing. Is he here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, do you want to come up since, you know?
To the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Do you all have this in front of you?
Not yet.
Do you want that distributed, Representative Erf?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was asking you to do. Yeah, sorry. I apologize. I thought he'd already sent it to you. Given it to you.
With as many emails as several of us.
No, not
getting
an
right
email.
now.
No, I thought he had already passed it out. I didn't try
Maybe
to.
hard to find.
I didn't try to email it to you, Senator Gray. I wouldn't do that to you.
This amendment's going to be on top. Thank you. Thank you for making it short.
Yes. Is everybody have it now? So there are 2 parts, section 16 and 17. In the bill that was just signed into the EFA bill that was just signed into law, in the contingency section, I had actually missed a change to appropriately use enrollment cap. So this corrects that to make it clear that the intent is if the enrollment cap is not reached for 2 consecutive years, then the associated bits of law related to that are just repealed. So that's what section 16, which is amending whatever it amends there, 75.7 does. The other piece is essentially a correction to an existing law that states if you're in an EFA program, you don't have to go back to a public school to satisfy requirements, but you can basically do, any kind of program to satisfy the compulsory attendance requirement. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Discussion. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. It seems, considering the average grant per EFA, that probably the budget as proposed by the Senate at least underfunds the number of students predicted. And so I wonder if Division 2 in the House gave any thought to that.
Representative Erf.
Well, we gave thought to both in both the House and the Senate, and we came up with our recommendation, and the Senate came up with theirs. This doesn't impact that one way or another.
I understand that. It's just that it's related.
I think we're prepared to agree with the Senate's number on that, or are we not?
On what? On the numbers?
Um,
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder, you already have agreed on the budget numbers for EFAs. You've already taken care of that.
So all we're agreeing on is, all we're asking for an agreement on is the amendment that has some minor changes, and as Representative Erf has just discussed.
And I would ask to postpone this vote until I've got more members
Okay,
present.
Okay,
thank you.
all right.
It's really technical, but mostly the, what was it, Senate Bill 295 is already in law, so,
Yep.
most of this will go away.
In concept of what I've read, I don't have a problem with
Sure,
it.
I understand.
But unless I get, at least the Senate president here,
We get it. All right. Next big sections here, all this group 2 stuff, obviously is still under big discussion, so we will skip over that. Yeah, so we can't agree to Senate sections 24 and 25, so maybe we'll talk about those more later. I think that on all the lottery related things, those are something that,
Representative, if you keep me informed by the page number too.
okay, page 4.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm skipping over all the group 2 stuff. So I'm
Yep.
down to page 4, House pass, well, it isn't, Senate pass 24 and 25, which is page 92. You see those?
Yes, sir.
Those are things we can't agree to. Page 4 of the index, am I out?
The House pass sections are NA and the Senate pass sections are 24 and 25.
Yes,
Correct.
those we'll have to argue about. Okay. This is a new fund that's spending more money, right? Yeah. Okay. Then we have all this lottery stuff, right? And I'm hoping that Representative Sweeney and maybe Lang or whoever and others can talk about this offline and come to some agreement. Okay. We will, let's skip over this
Opioid abatement.
opioid abatement. We'll consider that. We can agree on the 2 BTLA items, page, huh? On page 5,
five,
the top
70
2 lines there.
70 and 70A. Yeah, I think that's been signed into law.
No, it's
But-
just,
It's that, all right.
it's,
Mr. Chair, 70A was signed into law. There were
Mhm.
similar sections that was, similar language that was signed into law. It's House Bill 268
Yeah.
for 70A. And then no change to 70.
So we can agree with what's been passed.
yeah.
So we don't need those sections.
Right, exactly.
Just to clarify, are you agreeing to section 70 and 70A, or are you putting
Yes.
70 under? Okay,
Yeah,
so you're ceding to the Senate.
right. We exceed on 70 and 70A. Okay. Okay, Commission on Aging, we want to argue our position, I guess. We're appreciative that you cut the budget a bit, but it's still an internal lobbying agency essentially. And so we can maybe skip over that for now. We'll agree with House Pass Section 83, Senate Pass Section 54.
We exceed on that
We'll
line.
exceed on that line.
83 and 54, last on page 5.
Okay.
Moving on to page 6.
There's no change on the first two, so we agree.
89.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Sorry, I was on page 7 already.
Page 89,
Section 89.
section 89 in the House.
Right, I guess we're agreeing to that. Is that right? Yeah, so we'll exceed on that one.
Yep.
The WIC farmer's market, we want to argue about that. We might agree to the other one as, well, we want to argue more about 95. Then on this pilot program thing, I think we agree on all that.
Which line you want now?
101 through the end of the page.
Sorry, if I could, the pilot program is 101, the 3 sections that begin with 101.
Right. Okay. Right. So can we exceed on those? Yes. Okay.
Yep.
And then on the same thing on the 103, 104 stuff. Yeah.
We're going to exceed on those.
And the first two on line
Page 7.
on page 7 are no change, so we can agree on those. Now the granted advantage thing, premiums. There's a big difference in cost here. There's like a $7 million difference, so we will want to argue about that one.
Okay. But I think Senate passed 78.
Right, 78 and Senate passed 78 and 79. Those we can agree to.
We'll exceed 78, 79.
That's the report, and the other one's no change. So, okay. Okay, so now we get to most of this is what gets paid. Is this the stuff that what gets
This is stuff
into
in
an
the education trust fund.
education
I
trust
don't want
fund? Yeah.
I don't want it coming out of the education trust fund. I want it coming out of the general fund.
Yeah, so we have to argue about this one.
Yep.
Okay. We can agree on the very last line, I guess.
Yes. House
125.
passed 125, Senate
Yes.
version 91.
Yes.
We will exceed. Page 8.
And we can agree to these two items.
Workers' comp, payment for second injuries.
Okay, so yeah, this whole second injuries thing is a big can of worms because, you know, some people like it, some don't, et cetera. So it really should be a bill that can go through the regular process, I think.
So are we acceding to it not being in the
Yes,
HB2?
right. So they took it out.
House Bill sections 141, 142 that you did not have in, we will accede to that omission.
Okay. And,
Then moving on to page 9.
right, and we'll accede to taking those out.
House passed sections 166 and 167. We
Yeah.
will accede to the House position of deleting that.
No,
Or
the
Senate
Senate
position, deleting that.
On page 9. Okay, page 10. So this is this is all about adequate
Yeah.
what we end up doing with the education trust fund that we have to wait on
Yeah.
177 through 180. We want to argue for our position on renewable energy fund stuff. We don't want money going to offshore wind. So that's going to be that's going to be an
That's going to
argument.
be a discussion.
Yeah.
Moving
Okay.
on to page 11,
Page 11. So,
197, House Bill 197, and the next page, I think
we think these are in law,
Senate
right?
Bill
So-
194 was passed, I believe.
Correct. You are correct, Mr. Chair.
So we're going to exceed to remove sections 197, Senate Bills sections 159 and 160. We exceed.
Yeah. Do you guys agree to remove 159?
Sure.
Okay, good. All right. So that's that one.
Unless Cindy yells at me.
No, I think it's already in law. or-
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then there's these small changes for this is a technical fix for these agriculture fee things. So we'll agree to the Senate position on Senate Section 167 and our Section 204.
If you want to agree on both of those,
Yeah. One is the substitute for the other.
yeah.
So, yeah. And the same thing with our Section 207, Senate Section 170.
So we exceed on pages 164, 165 for Senate Bill 167 and House Bill 204. And on House Bill 207 and Senate Bill 170, there was a correction that went through, I think, so we'll exceed to that.
Yep.
Moving on to page 12.
Yeah. So, I guess Section 222 we can agree to.
Representative McGuire.
Is that right? Yeah?
There's an amendment on this section
Oh, okay.
from Representative, I believe Representative Ebel, changing one word. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, why don't you
Propose
pass that out?
Yeah, this had to do with the payment rate. I think it's something the Senate amended.
So it's page 173 in your big book. Right, it's a fairly long section.
I think I don't see where it has annual and quarterly. I think that's the difference.
Well, but there's, the next few pages are all the same section, so it's more than, all right. All right, so section 184. Okay, so this amendment is,
Section 3.
right,
Next
so it's
page.
on page 174 of the big book.
Well, LBA can probably tell me real quick, what word did they
Sure.
change?
So they swapped out the word municipalities with political subdivisions. Political subdivisions.
Right, because they want it so that school districts and counties and whatever can apply for these kind of funds.
Cindy? You okay? Senate's happened.
Okay,
Okay, so that was,
so we'll accept 222 with amendment 2738H. Okay, yep, we're all happy with that.
get that noted.
Okay. Okay. Right, all this groundwater stuff we're still arguing about, I guess.
Yep.
We're gonna need more information on the renewable energy stuff at 231, 232, and at the top of page 13. There's some details there. Although line 2, House passed section 241, we can agree to remove because that was already passed
Yeah.
by both bodies.
So House Section 241, on page 184, we exceed.
Yeah, that was House Bill 504, and both bodies have passed it, so. Okay.
243.
243, I think we agree with this one.
It's going to go to fiscal.
Yeah,
We exceed on that one,
and,
unless Senator Birdsell needs to be here for that.
I don't believe so because it's the Senate position. So.
Yep.
yeah,
Okay.
okay. And same thing on 245, I believe that's moving the 20 million to the first year. That's all right.
Yeah, versus 10 million a year.
Yeah,
We can exceed to that.
yeah. All the art stuff we have to argue about. Okay, that's the rest.
Page
Okay.
13.
Before we leave the Youth Development Center,
Sure.
people should understand that the settlements that have already been reached are going to total
20 million.
26 to 27 million, okay, over the biennium right now. And that's not evenly broken out between the 2 years. And that was part of the reason for moving all that money back into the first year, is so that there would be sufficient money. And the Senate's position also puts in funds from the sale of the property into that second year to make sure that we cover the 26 to 27 million of settlements that are already agreed to.
Did you leave in there was a separate 10 million for one particular settlement?
That was left in.
Yes, okay, good. Representative Rosenwald? Or Senator Rosenwald.
I just want to add to that the Attorney General has asked that there be a buffer of $10 million kept in the fund unspent for, I think, administrative expenses and I don't know what else. So this $20 million really will be very little for new settlements.
Okay.
All right, we're on,
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to argue all the liquor, licensing kind of things. Maybe we can figure out some halfway position there. I don't know.
which page you on now?
Did I skip? I'm sorry.
Page 14.
Page 14. So, so there's one on the child advocate. So we can accept essentially all of this with one exception, and that's section 210 on page 197.
254.
Did I skip?
So
Excuse me.
254.
Oh, I'm sorry.
254 is where we should be next.
Okay, all right. So, yes, so this 254 and 255 didn't change any policy. They just moved it back to House Bill 1 instead of House Bill 2. So we agree with that.
So exceed on House Sections 254 and 255.
To take them out, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And we want to argue on the this is the money in the rooms and meals account. This is the one you said was quite important to you guys, right?
House Bill 257 section.
Right. This is the one that we capped it at 137 million per year.
Yep.
And they want it to go back to the current law at 30%.
Yes, that is the Senate's position.
Okay, so,
All
but
right.
we
We'll
want
come
to
back
hold
to
this and talk about it more. Okay, then, so, okay.
Child
Now all the
advocate.
child advocate stuff. We have only one small change we'd like to make, and that's on page 197, section 210.
Are you in the, this is what child advocate is.
Yeah, all this stuff from section 259 down, it's all child advocate.
Yeah, because you're talking about page 210. It's not the page we should.
No, it's page 197 in the spiral bound
All right,
book.
you're down at
But
the
it's
bottom.
but it's section 210,
197.
right? So
Where
the
do I go?
A lot of sections are on.
210, the very last section, and
Yeah.
it continues on the next page. Okay, and so we think that this is about which records the child advocate has access to. And we think that that's policy and ought to be a bill. So that can go through the normal process of, people talking about what records are appropriate. And so if you'll agree to take out section 210, we'll agree to all the rest of it.
Senator Rosenbaum would like a comment.
I would, because this was something Senator Carson worked on. So I'm wondering if we could just hold that section.
Hold it, sure. And this is Representative Leon maybe can talk to Senator Carson.
And I
this
think
thing.
she'll be here
Okay.
soon.
Okay, so we will skip over it. Yeah, go ahead.
Certainly that, I'm not ready to vote on it now, but there is a middle position where we could, put this in and also have it expire at the end of, a year. So that would give you time to put the bill in and still have the record. So again, I'm not asking you to shut that off or to say that's what you're going to do. But again, I want to get it out on the table so that, people can think of alternatives.
Very good.
That would meet, get us to a middle ground.
Very good. All right, but for now, we'll hold on that.
Hold.
Okay. All right. Now back to liquor. So on page 15, we're going to want to argue that. Maybe we can figure out certain functions that don't need officers to do, like collecting the beer tax and renewing licenses and some of that stuff, as opposed to enforcement. Okay. So, but we'll talk about that separately.
Court docket, would come back to that.
Yeah, we'll have to come back on all that court stuff. Okay.
Page 16.
Um,
Here she is. No biggies yet. Maybe exceeding.
okay. So, the Housing Appeals Board, I think, is what this is. And we want to still hold to our position. So we need to argue about that one later.
Just so that I can comment on it before you
Sure, go ahead.
leave it. When I reviewed it and we were looking at the positions that were on there, both the engineering type position and the planner type position, it had occurred to me that on a regular planning board or a zoning board, that I can go out and have the person pay for an engineering study if I need that. I can have the person, because the planning documents are there, I can get that. And so I guess, what I have expressed to somebody, that if I did not have those contracts with the individuals that are on those boards, I do think that the board serves a purpose. But, if somehow we could move the remaining non-legal position into the Board of Land and Tax Appeals, so that person still has a function, and incorporate, something in there where they would send back to the original planning board or zoning board or wherever the thing came from for the other things. We've already, in the language, we've already moved the assistants, so that they can cooperate, and we may be able to come somewhere to an agreement if we can do something like that and still retain the function, but modify the function the way it's done.
Right.
But there's the fundamental argument of whether this function is cost effective or not.
For 40 cases, yes, I
Right.
agree.
For tiny number of cases, $400,000 or whatever the number is, so that's the issue.
But it is not, I do take note that there's two positions that I have to pay for. I have to continue to pay those people throughout this biennium, and
Right.
not having any function for them to do, and not providing at least some of the assistance that this board does to the taxpayers who believe that they have been treated unfairly by their planning or zoning board.
So do you want to
Makes me-
sunset it then at some date, or?
I would rather, go through this biennium, which I'm going to pay those people throughout this biennium on, and modify their duties enough to have them performing some of the functions, and then the next biennium, when the next senators and House representative people are sitting here at this table and they decide that they want to go a particular way, they'll have at least a starting point.
Okay.
What are the contracts? What dates do they run through?
I believe it's 28 and 29 for the two contracts, but that's off the top of my head.
Correct. June 30th, 2028 and June 30th, 2029.
So they have to be the next biennium before we
The
do
next
anything.
biennium before you would stop paying those people anyway.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. So next is.
I think it's gonna be,
We're going to agree, the next one, 301, was already a bill that was passed, I believe. So,
Yep,
we don't need it.
been signed.
At least it was passed by both. I don't know if is it
Mr.
signed
Chair, it
in-
was House
All
Bill
right, so-
517 was signed into law.
Okay,
301 can be grayed out.
yeah.
307.
307 is an important bill for us, but it's having a committee of conference sometime this week.
Yep.
So we can wait and see what happens to that. Okay, tomorrow at 1:30. So maybe we come back to this on Wednesday or something. The next bits we want to maybe argue about. Oh, this is, yeah,
House Bill
cannabis
54.
being making money, right? So being for profit, and so then we would get some taxes out of it, right? I mean, what's wrong with that?
Cannabis is illegal in the federal government because it's Schedule I drug, and transportation or any other, thing there. So that's the Senate position, is that we're not in favor.
Okay.
All right, well, maybe we can argue about that some more. Okay, now the cost containment thing. So at bottom of page 17. So this is a whole can of worms that we want to get rid of it, but the three parties involved somehow haven't agreed on, they want some fix-up language, and I still have to make some phone calls regarding that to get something that everybody, that the judiciary, the DAS, and the Judicial Council can all agree on. So I'm working on that one. Okay. Now,
Page 18.
yeah, all this adequate education stuff. We might want to argue for our increase in special ed funds. But we can agree to most of this, right? So I think all this, the special ed thing is just in House Section 329, is that right?
Yep.
And so therefore the other parts we can agree to, is that right? Yes? Okay, so we can agree to 330 through 334.
exceeds on those, leaving out 329.
Yeah.
So we're looking for that 27 million that you took out.
Right. And basically, I think we can agree to the rest of the page.
Yeah, we gave up 11 million there on the motor vehicle registrations.
Oh, so maybe we can't agree to that one.
Well,
Yeah. Representative Erf? Yeah. Page 18, all the fees, the trucks and all that stuff. Okay, right.
you're fine with that?
Okay. All right. So I think we'll agree to the rest of page 18 there. Yeah. Okay. And there's a bit on the top of page 19, same thing. Now, that's through 349, I think. Now, I guess we're agreeing to 350 and 351.
Yep. There was no change from the Senate, so
Yeah, right. Okay. Now, this is the big one for us, inspections. So this is a big deal for the House to have our position on this one. So we will keep talking about it, I guess.
it was on for a few pages.
Yeah.
The Senate will consider your position.
Okay. Yeah, well, maybe in caucus we'll talk more about that. Okay. Now,
Fish and Game,
Fish and Game.
page 20.
So I guess we think that all these sections can go away, 367 through 373. But it looks like you changed some.
Well, it was where you put the money. Our idea was to put some slight increases in a lot of these special funds that Fish and Game had in order to keep them from coming back to say, we need more general fund. We think they had the ability to raise the money internally by putting a little increases in all of these areas that they have licenses and so on. And so if they increased all those slightly, there was less chance they would come back for the money out of the general fund. That was our purpose in doing that. And if you didn't understand that, you changed it so all the money stayed in those funds, which really didn't help to increase the main fund for Fish and Game, so that they'd likely come back to general fund, looking for more money from general fund. We believe they have the capability to be self-funded totally. The only way we can do that is make all the funds that they collect be increased a little bit, because many of them, like some of the other funds, have gone decades without an increase. So if we increase them all a little bit and put that money into the general fund of Fish and Game, then we wouldn't be worried about them coming back for general funds. So we hope you would consider that and go to the House position.
Or alternatively, just drop all of them out there, not raise any of the fees. There's a big concern in particular about one of them. One of the dedicated fund fee increases actually impacts the fishing license fee, because you have to buy that dedicated fund fee in order to get the fishing license fee. And that was the point of consternation as well. So if the point is not to build up the Fish and Game fund, which is not now, you essentially took that away and just essentially put money into the savings accounts. That's what those dedicated funds are. Let's just not increase any of the fees and just drop both sections.
Certainly, we will talk about it.
Very good.
All right. All right, so consider removing all those sections. Okay. Now, the special ed state aid. So there was no change on line 377 and the effective date changing. I think we can agree to those.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's your section 288 and 289.
On page 20, pages
On page 20,
260,
yeah.
page 2, section Senate sections 288 and 289, we exceed.
Yeah. But the other one, 290, we have to argue about.
Again, that's education trust fund.
Yeah. And same thing with unique funds. The next page 21, the
Page
top
21.
two, or is it the top three? I guess we have to talk about. We have to argue about those.
Yep.
We can. What is this next one? We can agree, I think, with the next one.
House section 380.
Mm,
There's no general funds in it, I believe.
It's just they made some wording change, I think. Page 260.
So yes, so House passed 380, Senate 294. The House had prevented the department from enrolling any new participants in the state loan repayment program, thus saving $800,000. The Senate kept the language but said the department shall not use general funds to enroll any new participants. So the department could still use other funds to do so.
We're okay? Yeah. I think we're okay with that.
But we exceed on House passed section 380, Senate passed section 294. Exceed.
So on the next two, Representative Mooney, who can't be here this week, unfortunately, but she suggested that we might, this saves some money, the House position on these two.
We're talking now 386 through 388.
No, just 387.
387, okay.
Okay. So those are, that's a House bill, I believe, right? It's Senate bill.
387 is just the effective date.
Right. 386 and 387 are House Bill 94. So the House had included the text of that bill prohibiting Medicaid coverage of elective circumcision.
Right. And so we had the thought that you wanted to spend a little more with Senate Bill 137. And so we thought if you give us House Bill 94, which is this, we would give you Senate Bill 137,
Which is later on.
which is a little later on.
Well, you can point it out to me later on, but we're not looking to do that right now.
Okay. All right. It's your section 465 if you want to make a note of that. Okay. Okay. And we can agree on this senior grandparent thing.
Yep.
388.
House Bill 388, Senate Bill 300. We're okay. We're exceeding.
Okay. Now is this, what is this?
And we've got
the
the-
arts or something? Yeah.
The next sections relate to the Governor's Commission. So I can explain these if you'd like.
Yes.
Okay,
please.
so the Senate did a couple of things here. The House had funded the Governor's Commission with opioid abatement trust funds rather than the 5% of liquor funds. The Senate had heard from DOJ and others that opioid abatement trust funds couldn't be used for that purpose, so they went back to the historical method of using 5% of gross liquor profits. They also renamed the Governor's Commission the Commission on Addiction Treatment and Prevention and added problem gambling to its purview. So this covers a number of sections. The only reason it does that is because the Governor's Commission is being renamed in many areas of statute, and also the House had included House Bill 73 relative to harm reduction. That bill has since become law, but it touches many areas of statute in which the Governor's Commission is being renamed. So you'll see a lot of bolded text here, but it's really just the text of House Bill 73. That covers a number of sections. Unfortunately, they aren't all in a block. There are unrelated sections in between, but those sections go on to the middle of the next page.
So for House Bill 73, which is now law, what sections does it cover on page 21?
So that whole topic covers Senate passed 301 through Senate passed 312 on page 21.
Okay,
And then
all the way down
it
to all
includes
those
several
sections.
sections on the next page as well.
But it's mixed in.
And we'll come to
Yes.
the next page when we do it.
Okay. And I think about the 5% thing, I asked you for an amendment, right? So
Yes.
we'll save on that. We'll
Yes.
wait on that. Okay.
Wait till we get that amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about just instead of, since liquor fund is declining, rather than giving them a percentage, which we have no idea what they do with it. If they have to stand up for general funds like everybody else and get questioned on how they've spent it and where they spent it, maybe we audit it. Seemed to make more sense than just giving a flat percentage. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Again, this is in response to the fact that DOJ says we can't use opioid dollars for this, that it's in violation of the master settlement on the opioid settlement fund, settlement agreement. And so, again, well, we can discuss how we want to appropriate that, whether it's the 5%, which is the traditional method that we've been using to deal with addiction services in the state of New Hampshire, or not. But it's just realizing a fact that we can't use the funding source that the House originally had because it's in violation of the master settlement agreement.
So if I may, you're right. That's a very distinct issue. Totally agree with the AG's position that we should not use opioid money for the governor's commission on alcohol and drugs.
Representative
Totally agree.
Representative Edwards, would you sit here and
use the
use
mic.
the microphone?
Thought I could just- yeah.
Well, not for the people on TV. So
So I won't repeat that because I was basically agreeing with you, and I can only do that once. But the other part of this that we went into this with is we had a budget problem when the House got the budget, and we needed to look for ways to help our general fund situation. So had we not gone down the rabbit hole on using the opioid abatement money, it would have been a simple cut. And I like to say 3% instead of 5%, but it's probably smarter to convert that to dollars and just call it 7.5 million. So instead of 10.7 million, I would have recommended coming out of the House that we limit the general funds to 7.5 million. And I believe that's the amendment that Representative McGuire is going to bring forward.
And I do think that this particular section has, like, for decades been suspended, right? So, and then put in with a specific number elsewhere. But yeah, Representative
Certainly
Senator
the
Bray.
Senate- Certainly the Senate will consider your proposal, but remember that we are expanding this to do other forms of addiction from what they were doing. Okay, certainly we've expanded gambling, and that's the one that Senator Lang mentioned, and that we do need to look at these other forms of addiction and have that one group so that we don't have multiple groups doing this, and there would be an efficiency in doing it that way.
And since at this point we don't know what all this would cost, I would rather take it out of general funds.
So I think the senator brings up a valid issue, but I don't think that's the issue for this particular budget because the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drug Misuse, the scope of that commission is not changing in the coming year. I do think we do have an open question about how to make it more efficient so that the opioid abatement and the Governor's Commission are in sync instead of appearing to fund different stovepipes in the same general societal problem.
Mr. Chair. So again, I think that's long-term goal. We're taking the first step. Right, the first step is to rename the commission, establish we added one more charge to the commission in dealing with responsible gaming. But again, the goal was, the first step is to align it so we have one addiction message, one treatment message, one, recovery message, and not have multiple agencies. But this is the first step in doing that.
So you're forcing me to agree with you again in
A second
public.
time, yes, please, Representative Edwards.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the first 5 years of the Opioid Abatement Commission, I was the chair of it. And the statute directs that it operate in consultation with DHHS, but also everything we did was in alignment with the state's strategic plan for substance abuse. And just to give a shout out to the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs, they have been, I think they're one of the most efficient parts of state government. There's one employee, everybody else is a volunteer, some probably dragged in from the legislature, but they issue an annual report. So we do know where the money's going. We know the effect it's having. And I'd say that commission, the Opioid Abatement Commission, and the state's opioid response grants, there is enough cross-pollination of members that those three stovepipes do work together. Thank you.
Okay, I think we got an amendment coming, and our thought is that, we don't need dedicated funds where we could just as easily give general funds rather than argue over the percentage of dedicated funds. Okay. So,
Given that the only section that deals with the funding side is section 390, we can approve all the other pieces and then hold on 390 because that's the 5% language is 390.
We'll just do it all together, I think.
yeah.
Okay. So the last one on the page,
Education freedom account.
yeah, there's no change.
You
So
kept it with what we had, so we'll accede to that.
yeah.
On House Section 392, exceed. Moving on to page 22, and coming up on lunchtime. All right. I think we found some sections on this side we could agree
Yeah,
with. Page
so-
22.
Right. So page 22, the first one is part of the Group 2 retirement stuff, so that'll come later. This next bit is House Bill 223, the next two lines, and that's a very important bill, and we want to strongly request that one to stay. And then the next part, I guess, is more of the alcohol abuse.
396 through 403 are back to the Governor's Commission.
Okay. So that'll be part of the other thing that we
Yes.
talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 to 403.
House passed 396 through 403.
Through 403.
All
Right.
about the same stuff.
Right. And
All right.
I think we can agree on this pharmacist stuff.
House Section 405.
Yeah, was that a bill that passed?
And I think that applies to Senate 406.
Yes, House passed 405 and 406.
Right.
I think they go along with House Bill 117, and we'd like to have, I guess you'd have to accede to us on that. You have it on hold.
No, I think,
Okay, so
yeah,
we'll remove this. All right, we'd like to
Yeah.
remove sections 405 and
Right.
406 on page 22 because we're going to rely on House Bill 117.
exactly. Okay.
The
Yeah.
opioid abatement trust fund all relies on the previous page agreements, whether we come to one,
Okay.
as well as
same-
408.
408, yeah. So this is more of the same. 409 through 411 is, or through 412, I guess it is more dedicated fund, taking from liquor to pay for Granite Advantage. Why not put liquor into the general fund and then fund Granite Advantage from the general fund? And at least then it'll get a look when we do the budget. I mean, there's no particular connection between the one and the other, right? So,
Okay.
I guess I don't hear an agreement, so we'll keep going. We will agree on page 23 with 420. That's a good thing. Yeah, it's this whole stuff, yes, through 426. Right.
Yeah, that goes for 420 through 426 on page 23. We agree.
Okay. And the next bit is House Bill 741, House Bill 741, which is open enrollment schools. So we think that's important policy that we'd like to keep. It's retained in the Senate.
And that goes for most of that page.
Yeah.
So,
And I think that's as far as we got.
yeah, so, good time to take a break for lunch, back at 1 o'clock. Good to see you.
It's okay.
Back at 1 o'clock, I'd like to see the House members over across the hall for a minute.
Okay.
And certainly the Senate says thank you for acceding on a lot of those issues.
We're waiting for you to match us with some accessions.
I'm just noting that the House is recognizing that the Senate did a lot of good things in their bill.
Well, thankfully, most of them are what we gave you and you kept it. Those are the ones that are easy.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there's a bunch of things that say no change, right? So
Yes,
those,
sir.
those are the Senate agreeing with the House, right? So
Yeah.
anyway, all right, let's go. So the House.
All right. All right, it being 1 o'clock, I'm calling the committee conference on the HB1 and HB2 back from a break, but we're going to caucus the Republicans in room 212, both the House and the Senate, for a while, and we'll probably be back at 2. Thank you. I thought we would be done caucusing at 2 o'clock, but now let's say 2:30 and hope we finish. Thank you. LBA ready?
We are ready.
Okay. We're back into session on the committee of conference on HB1 and HB2. And we left off, I think, on HB2.
I think we left off on page 23, House Section 437.
Okay. And I don't think we have much more agreement on the other succeeding pages, do we, through 22, 30, whatever, 33, 34? I guess we could go through those. All right. So we got to 437. We'll turn to page 24 in the HB2 side by sides. And we see Medicaid outpatient procedure incentive program. Tell me what that's about, Mickey.
Sorry, 1 second. That's on what page of the bill? Side by side. 310, thank you. Well, I think they're on Medicaid outpatient procedure. I'm sorry, are you on, so you're on House Section 439, Senate Section 327?
Correct.
Okay. The only difference there is the date. So in the House version, the department would have 30 days to submit a plan for implementation of the incentive program, whereas at the department's request, the Senate changed that to 120 days.
That's department request, and that's what's in the Senate version?
Correct.
Yeah, right here.
House members. Input. Jess. We're looking at,
Were you asking me something? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
yes, top of page 24, House Bill, House Section 439 on the, it has to be on page 311 of the, so they're going from, the changes 30 days to 120 days at the request of HHS.
So sorry. What are we changing to 120?
The,
Look on
It's-
page 311 of your large book.
Yes.
30, 120. Just submit the
I-
plan.
Okay, so what I'm imagining happened, because I wasn't involved in the negotiation of this change,
Yep.
is that the House took a position on it. The Senate had an opportunity to get additional feedback from the department. The department came back and said they're okay with the policy, they just need 120 days to implement it. So I'm okay with the Senate position.
Okay.
all right, we exceed.
Thank you. I can't find those anywhere.
All right. 441 on page 329.
Okay, House passed 441, Senate 329. The House assumed the sale of the Anna Philbrook Center, and the Senate, again at the department's request, added some language stating that before sale, the department shall develop a transition plan for the current clients who are being served there to make sure that their services are not interrupted. So the sale would go forward, but the department needs to develop that plan.
So I would accede to this. Division 3 was focused on what it would take to convert to cash. We didn't take a look at the details around an implementation change plan. So again, I would assume that this is additional information the Senate was able to research and that this is a better position. So I would accede.
Okay.
Do you want a deadline for them to come up with this plan? Because right now it's completely open-ended. They could drag their feet and not do it.
I think we expected the money in HB1 as part of the budget. Isn't that right, Mr. Ripple? So they do in effect have a deadline because we need them to deliver it within the current budget.
That's true, and the section does still say that the sale shall be completed no later than June 30th, 2027.
So it does have a deadline. House members, we exceed on House Section 441. Okay, 443,
Okay?
the next page.
House Section 443 was the 3% Medicaid provider rate reduction. That saved $52.5 million in general funds over the biennium. The Senate removed that reduction.
This is brilliant. You may recall this was part of our House recommendation that they fix this, and it was my number one priority. I'm really happy that we found the money to close this gap. That would have been devastating. So I want to thank the Senate for doing that. Accede.
443 exceed. Okay, 445, that's on same page.
445 effectively changes the 5% decrease to dedicated funds and makes the governor come up with the 16 million per year from dedicated funds, assessment, and lapses. So it's the same amount, just a different row.
That's reasonable.
There's not much, there's, one of them goes on quite a bit longer, but it's not,
Right. Rather than list every single fund,
okay.
this sort of says, Governor, you figure it out. So
Sounds good. All right. House members,
yeah, we're okay.
exceed. Okay, 446.
House Sections 446 through 450 relate to a recreational services fund for individuals with developmental disabilities. The House had included in 446 a provision that funds appropriated to that in the previous biennium would not lapse until June 30th, 2027. I believe the department has stated that they expect no more funds to be available in that account. So the removal of this section by the Senate shouldn't impact anything. And sections 448 through 450 allow the administrator of the fund, which is the state in this instance, to act as a charitable organization for the purpose of receiving charitable gaming revenue. The idea being that these services would continue to receive funding even in the absence of a state appropriation. At the department's request, the Senate removed those sections.
So 446, you're saying through 450?
Yes,
That's
they all relate to the same fund.
all related to removing what we
Correct.
put in the House.
Correct.
And it's what the department supports.
Yes.
Okay, any objection from House members? All right, we'll exceed on those sections. Leaving at 451,
451 and 452 relate to the prohibition on DEI. The Senate supported the House sections with just one minor change in a definition to have a reference to RSA 354A and one of the definitions, which is the human rights statutes. So it just clarifies the definition.
within the statute,
Correct.
but it still prohibits DIE. DEI.
The only change if you
DEI is DIE.
if you go to page 319 and 320 in your spiral bound book, you'll see the highlighted change. It's a minor change in one of the definitions just to add a statutory reference.
Okay.
House members,
Yeah, that's good.
you want to do what? We have a majority, so
Yeah.
when it comes down to the final thing, but right now, we'll go with the majority. All right, thank you. All right, we'll exceed. All right. Are we on 454 next on page 323?
Commission on Human Rights.
I thought that was included in the others. Okay, 453.
House Pass Section 453 and 454 are essentially HB 148 that the House put in on the floor and the Senate removed.
House. 148, you said?
Yes.
Look it up here.
That was House Bill 448?
Yes.
House Bill
148.
148.
148. I have that bill passed both bodies, so we don't need it in the budget.
So it's going into law.
Well, it's going for the governor's signature. Whether we get it or not is another story. But
All right,
it
so-
did pass both bodies.
We don't need to deal with it here. We can take that out. 455.
Unless, I mean, are we worried about the governor's signature and therefore? No? Okay. All right. So we're not worried. Okay.
Senator Carson?
Yeah, thank you. Just to review, what are we doing with the State Commission on Human Rights? That is number 4, House Pass Section 453. It's on page 322.
No, that's a different
Then-
one.
That's,
Are you talking about the, yeah.
These sections are under the Human Rights Commission chapter,
Back on
but they're
page
not,
22.
they're not relative to that discussion.
This is not about getting rid of them or not getting rid of them.
okay.
This is
I-
just about how do they determine discrimination?
Okay.
That kind of stuff. Anyways,
you.
it was a bill that already passed.
Okay, thank you.
So, all right. So we agreed to this one. Okay.
So to
Okay.
clarify, you accede to the Senate position, which is to remove these sections?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there's the ones associated with House Bill 148. Yeah. Okay.
All right, now we're on page 324, House Section 455.
Yes, sections 455 to 460 of the House passed bill incorporate House Bill 548 relative to residential care and health facility licensing. And this allows an exception for membership-based and direct payment facilities.
Yeah, this is House Bill 548. It's an important bill for us. I believe you guys still want to discuss it amongst yourselves,
Okay.
whether you want to accede to this.
All right, and that goes on through 456,
It goes through section 460.
all the way through section 460.
Yes.
Okay,
What did I do with House Bill 548 in the Senate?
It was ITL.
ITL.
Yes, it was.
I'm not sure it was unanimous, but
Okay.
all right, and that goes through 460, all that subject matter?
Correct.
All right, so we knew 320, page 329 and 461.
461 and 462 are relative to the annual verification of the checklist. You guys had this on hold because of Senate Bill 221 was in a committee conference, and they're actually meeting Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Okay, so we won't have a decision on
Well,
that for a
to
while.
give you an update right now, what the committee talked about was having it to be annual, but having the possibility of an easier way for people who got dropped off of the checklist to be able to get back on. And so that's part of what we're talking about with the House right now. So I'm optimistic that we will come to an agreement. The Senate wanted a look-back period that included 2 presidential elections, but not trying to be too much of a stick in the mud. If we can get a person that comes in and says, hey, I was already registered here, look them up, write down their name, their voter ID number, and sign the thing, says nothing else has changed, then we may be able to get there, which is where the committee is going.
All right. But you're in a COC and you.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll
And
see what happens.
Optimistic.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's waiting 10 years between voting. That's crazy. But
Senate position was 4 years with a look back of 6.
yeah.
463 and 464 is relative to electioneering by public employees. This was House Bill 465, which was signed into law, so the Senate removed it.
Okay.
What happened to it?
It's in law.
It's in law. All right, we don't need to worry about that one then.
Yep. Take it out.
Yeah, can't gray out those lines.
Likewise, with House Pass Section 465, that incorporated House Bill 230 relative to public health ordinances. That has since been signed into law.
Ah, good. All right, we can take that one out.
Sections 466 and 467 of the House Pass version incorporate House Bill 357 relative to immunizations.
All right. Oops.
I think that had a pretty good vote.
Yeah, so this is, this is another one we'd like you to reconsider. It was ITL in the Senate, but it's very important to getting votes for the budget. So this is another one to think about. It's House
will.
Bill 357.
We will reconsider it.
Okay.
And that includes 466 and 467? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
468 and 469 is the language from House Bill 381, which was tabled in the Senate. This is relative to firearms accessories.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bill that the House wanted. It's not as important as the others we've talked about. So, I don't know. Do you want to hold it for a bit? But
Yeah,
it's
we'll hold this.
I would put it toward the bottom of the list of our bills.
All right.
Sections
470.
470 through 472 is relative to the prohibition on carrying certain weapons. This was the language from House Bill 207, which was also tabled in the Senate.
All right, we'll see what we're going to swap
Wait a
for
minute.
what the Senate wants.
Who knows?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. 468. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. This one, House Bill 207, is the one I would say is not as toward the top of our list. House Bill 381, which was the sections 468 and 469. That one I sent a question to the sponsors, but that was a weird one because you actually passed that bill and then put it on the table. So, I mean, you passed it strongly, but then you didn't send it to the governor.
If I passed it and then put it on the table, normally that means that it had an appropriation in it and that we weren't willing to commit to the appropriation.
But it's a House bill.
Yeah?
Did House Bill 381 have a fiscal note? I don't think so.
Well, don't worry about doing it right now.
Okay.
You said it's House Bill 381.
Yeah, look up the history of that one because that one confused me.
There is no appropriation in that bill, so
Yeah.
it's possible it was tabled for other reasons. We can look into that.
Yeah. Maybe you guys can remember what you did. Okay. So that one's a little different. The one I was talking about, not as important, is House Bill 207, which is those other sections. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. House Sections 473 to 475 incorporate House Bill 243 relative to reporting under the Child Protection Act.
What happened in the Senate?
There's a conference committee meeting on this bill on Wednesday.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Senate Section 335 was a request by DOIT to add in the chief privacy officer in statute. It is an unfunded position. They were just requesting that it be put in statute. So if or when they get the funds, they can actually fund it.
What was the amount that's requested?
There's no cost.
No.
It's an unfunded position.
And-
They're just putting the name of the position in statute. That's all.
Putting a name in an unfunded position?
Putting the name of the position in statute.
Adding another unfunded.
Title of the name. Or
Position.
title
in
of the
budget.
position.
So that if he does get the money, then he has the authorization to fill it without a whole bunch of other problems. You do it all the time, Ken. You do it all the time.
Well, I'm not going to agree to this until we discuss some of the others.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay.
330.
Here's Laconia property. We've been selling that for 20 years.
Well, I actually spoke to Commissioner Arlinghouse about this, and so he has a suggestion for doing this. Number one, first of all, he does think the sale of the property is going through possibly even this month, so it's very imminent, and that but specifically about Granite Place. He has a plan to borrow the money to buy Granite Place, to move OPLC from their current place to Granite Place, and then fix up the building, because the building needs repair with some of the borrowed money, and then we have an amendment, yeah. So and then use OPLC's rent payments that they used to be paying to their current location to pay off that loan. And so it turns out that the owner of Granite Place and the landlord of where OPLC is the same person. And so this is a deal with them to make all that happen. So the landlord's going to pay the moving costs, it's going to pay the fix-up costs, and we'll get out of the lease for the current location. Instead of leasing, we'll be owning. So that's what this amendment does.
So the amendment doesn't have anything to do with Laconia property.
No, it's the Laconia property would just become general funds or whatever,
So
Cindy?
Didn't we just move OPLC a few years ago from
Probably
the
more than four.
Philbrook building?
More than 4 years ago.
And I think that the appropriation in the Senate version was like 7.5 million, not 15 million.
Right, because some of these costs is for repair. The building needs like $4 million worth of repair. So that's part of it. But what Commissioner Arlinghouse told me was they got a especially low lease for where OPLC is now, but it's about to run out, and he would expect the lease payments to go much higher, right, in the next iteration if they were to stay where they are now. So again, I mean, this was just this was his suggestion. It made sense to me. So I would move this amendment.
So it deletes the Laconia property and switches it all to OPLC present property in Granite Place.
Right, but it does borrow the
Yeah.
money rather
Borrow the money,
than,
and then they're going to
Right.
use the money they had for lease payments.
yeah, exactly.
House members?
The Senate is at 2-1, so we're in favor of the amendment.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
done.
Amended.
Sections 337 through 339 is a sweep of the procurement card fund at the recommendation of DAS. It's for 1.254 million in FY26. And moving forward, anything in excess of 25,000 would go to the general fund in future years.
This was a request of DAS.
Yep, and it's a pickup of 1.254 million to the general fund in FY26.
How do we get the money?
Sweeping the fund.
Sweeping the funds.
So I think we accept this.
Okay, House side says. House side. Senate,
In our budget. Not possession.
okay.
Sections 340 through 357 is relative to the fee increases to for BTLA. This was 60,000 per year.
Yeah, we simply can't accept this one.
Yep, we wanted to get rid of that.
Well, no, it's just that it's against our rules to,
Oh, a new fee, yes,
Yeah.
yes, we got a problem.
can we agree to remove this?
Right now, I don't know that the Senate wants to remove it. We're hoping to speak to the speaker and see if that's the way it would be ruled when it came before you.
How much money does it amount to?
It's only 60,000, I think, is what. you just said.
60,000 per year.
And it accomplishes the same thing that the House did in a lot of the other things. But remember, this is the one that you guys removed.
Yeah, because
So
they had
you
a
wouldn't have done anything to raise those fees and to reinstate them, not fund it, and then send it over to the Senate. We were looking at funding them and also having them contribute towards that funding by giving us the $60,000 in increased fees.
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense.
We don't dispute that. It's just
So
that
I'm not
we're
willing to
we're caught
accede
in the
on this
rules
one
here.
at
so.
this point.
all right, so it's,
But it's your rules that are causing us the problem.
Would you specify what the rule is?
Yeah, it's House Rule 50, Part, I don't remember, K or something.
Yeah.
It says that a committee of conference report cannot contain any new
Tax or fee.
tax or fee increase that was not previously voted on and passed in the House.
okay,
And that's what this would be, so,
well, that's open.
yeah.
Section 358 is relative to disability retirement benefits, and it removes the word mentally from the chapter. So mentally injured would no longer be a part of it.
Say it again?
Mentally injured would no longer be a part of the disability retirement benefits.
Where are we? Oh,
Senator Rosenbaum, when,
Which line are we on?
So when you sit down,
We're at
You may wanna speak to this
358
one.
on page 344.
this is the
Senate passed section 358, page 344.
oh, I
Senator
see.
Purcell, I believe is the one that put in this disability retirement benefits change. And that was because of a change that we made to the system prior to this, but on officers that were incapable of performing the services, but there were officers that came in and said that could be read to expand to these others, and we were putting in a bill so that it would not expand to certain
So-
individuals.
So what, we passed the Violent Act Disability Retirement last biennium. So when the Commissioner of Safety started putting the authorization for the two officers that I actually put it in for, when he started putting them together, the retirement benefits section started giving him names of people who were claiming because of PTSD, which was not the qualifiers. It had to be a violent act. So I originally put in the bill or piece to line out the mental illness piece. And then this piece not only adds the mental illness, but it also backdates it, which I was told by our attorney that we can do. So it just covers the two individuals that we wanted to cover.
This
So-
was, they were PTSD, the two?
PTSD, if you have PTSD and you get retired under disability retirements, they already have a retirement system for that. My particular piece was only for those who were hired under violent act, shot, and they cannot continue their work at all. We had two police officers that were in that category. And it's for anyone going forward that is totally disabled from a violent act.
Is this just for those two people, or would it become law?
Well, it's law, it's for those two people, and then going forward, anyone else who gets,
Let me try answering this part, okay? We want the existing law just to cover those two people. There are others who are trying to qualify under this that we do not believe should be qualified under this, and this language restricts those people from qualifying.
Okay, so this generally sounds good to us, to me anyway, but because it's affecting RSA 100A, I would like to consult with the House ED&A committee, or chair perhaps, about it before we agree to it, if that's all right.
Okay.
Yep. All right, we'll hold it. All right.
Sections
359.
359 and 360, the Senate added in Senate Bill 180, which is relative to Coos County as a distressed placed economy, or place-based economy, sorry. Senator McGuire, you have an amendment. Would you like that passed out?
Representative McGuire?
Representative McGuire, sorry.
Yeah, let's see here. Yes, please do. It's Amendment 2757, I believe.
Correct. So
Okay.
your amendment just puts in a repeal date of July 1st, 2045.
Well, no, I believe it removes some parts of the bill.
Let's see
Right.
what it says when we get it.
Yeah, let's turn to page 315.
Do I have to?
Where is it? 27. I don't have one. 2715.
So it looks like the only thing it repeals
Can I
is
have
what
one?
it put in.
You didn't give me one. All right, there we go.
So you put in 162U, okay, and then
Right.
line 22 repeals that same, and then gives the effective date of the original and then the repeal, so
Right,
it
but,
doesn't take out any of the other language.
well, that's what I'm not 100% sure. We should compare it just to, because I believe this application section may be different or missing or whatever.
Well,
See, look on page 345 of House Bill 2. There's a 16-U:3, which is not part of this amendment.
one to the side by side, page 345,
Yep.
and the
This
number
is
I want.
Continuing from page 344. Page 344 is 162U.
Yeah. No, plus 2045.
So that's the one that's changed.
So this amendment was, again, from our ED&A committee. So
Seems
if
to
you
affect-
want, I can ask them to come in
Okay.
tomorrow and
All right,
explain it.
just put it on hold.
All right.
Yeah, and can we make a note? It says effective date on line 25, section 360 of this act shall take place July 1st, 2045.
That's
Yes.
the repeal.
Repeal.
Ah,
So it makes this temporary,
okay.
right? Well, for 20 years, right?
The-
So,
The middle portion of the bill goes into effect 60 days after passage.
Oh,
It'll
I
be in
know,
effect
it's
for
just-
20 years, and then it's deleted.
It's just the repeal is up above 360, and then you go to a whole new section, so it doesn't look like they're connected to each other.
I know, it's weird.
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So Dan, you gonna look at that section that's missing 162-U:3 to see if it was supposed to be included in the amendment?
No, I'm almost certain it's deliberately not here. There was something objectionable about it. I don't remember what it is, but I will ask Representative McGuire to be with us tomorrow and explain it. How's that?
Okay.
Sections 361 and 362 was a request of DAS relative to extending the dates for layoff notices / payouts. They would have had to start sending the notices for all the abolished positions and layoffs, probably last week, actually, without this.
Certainly, they came into my office and talked about that. Certainly, since we are still working on this, we wanted to extend that date. And we also put in the provisions that probably come right after this, that they will not be subject to the hiring freezes that are out there, and that they will get preferential treatment for any open position that they qualify for. Have I got that all right?
I have to double check that last part, but yes.
Administrative services, is that all pretty much correct? All right, so I've got 1 out of 2 saying I got it correct, so I'm doing well.
I think we can agree to that.
Again, we're trying to treat any employee that's affected by this budget and cuts that we make as best as we can.
House will exceed.
Senate passed section 369. This was a request of the Department of Justice to increase the chief medical examiner's fees.
All right. We're going to run into the House rule again on this one.
Okay.
Fee increase.
So we can't accept this at this time because of these increases.
Yep, that's right.
All right. Moving on.
Senate passed sections 370 to 373. This is Senate Bill 106 relative to electric energy producers and generators.
Oh, is this, there's a Senate bill, right?
Senate Bill 106.
Senate Bill 106.
And the status of that is?
The House retained it in committee.
Okay. No, this is a big deal for us. We can't accept this part. My understanding is the state of Maine did this, and it cost their ratepayers $200 million.
Yeah, we've heard from STE committee saying no way.
Yeah.
All right, so the status right now is that the Senate bill is in the House, you've retained it. And if I take it out of here, then the only way you get or don't get a change is by acting on the Senate bill and bringing it back in the first X sections of next January.
I agree.
All right.
So are
We'll
we
go-
taking this out?
Can we hold on this one? We hold on this one?
Why?
We'll discuss it further and get back to you.
Okay.
Well, the science and tech is definitely opposed.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just say I read the article that the chair posted, and it's complicating a widespread open net metering to 5 megawatt, is what Maine did with this limited version, which is strictly specific to commercial and industrial users. We did the same thing for municipal hosts 4 years ago. When I was in the House, we passed the same provision to allow municipalities to be able to bulk their meters together and allow larger net metering. And it had no impact whatsoever on rate setting or anything else. So again, I think that the case being made by the ST chair is overblown because he's complicating increasing net metering for everybody versus a very narrow. This is for commercial industrial users who routinely complain when they come to New Hampshire that the cost of energy is too much and they need a way of offsetting it. So I'd like to hold this and talk about it because again, I'm not sure that the argument stands.
We will,
It's
we
on
will
hold.
hold it and talk about it, but again, you know, the senators also have to realize that there are things that we want them not to use their House rule that is causing multiple problems in this budget. And if this runs up against that as well as other things, is that waiting 6 months to get some kind of resolution may be a better thing to do. But again, we will hold it and talk about it.
Yes. Okay, moving on. Cremation.
Senate passed section 374. This was a request of the Department of Justice to increase their cremation fees.
I guess that's another one.
Another fee.
Yeah. All right. So no.
So if we don't do anything, this fee would still be $60, right? Current,
Whatever it is now.
current law.
Yeah, the fee is in current law. It's just an increase request.
Yeah. So it's 40 times what? 10,000 a year?
But those, as I understand it, those costs don't cover what the labor and transportation would be for the individual to go perform those duties.
Yeah, so currently this fee brings in about $500,000 a year, and it's estimated to bring anywhere between $760,000 to $1.3 million a year.
Thank you.
I'll co-sponsor a bill with you. How's that?
Okay.
Again, this is the House's rules that are causing us part of these problems.
Right.
The House is
Understood.
capable of overriding their rules or
Unlikely, but yeah.
having the Speaker of the House rule that it's not a violation of that, and then you're only subject to a majority vote, I believe.
Well, we'll see. Okay.
Well, we're not planning on doing that on this budget.
Yeah.
I was just waving at the Speaker.
Okay. All right.
Where is he?
Ireland Trade Council.
Over there.
House section,
Couldn't see him.
oh, sorry. Senate passed section 375. This is an appropriation that the Senate put into the New Hampshire Ireland Trade Council for $20,000.
I guess we agreed to this. Is that? Yeah. Okay.
So
We'll
that one's
agree.
exceed. Okay,
Senate passed section 376. This is a repeal relative to the use of criminal records in employment decisions.
Is there a bill associated with it?
This, I believe, was a request from Department of Labor in terms of the hearing officer that they had hired.
I guess we'll have to ask somebody about this.
Yep. All right, we'll come back to that.
Ask.
Senate passed section 377 relative to New Hampshire mental health services, involuntary admissions, and payment for legal services. The Senate put this in at the request of the courts. This moves the requirement for the involuntary admissions and payment for legal services from the courts to the Judicial Council. There was a HB1 section that we had discussed last week on this, where the Senate appropriated $100,000 per year to this funding. This funding was originally out of ARPA contracts through the courts, and that is set to run out this biennium.
So there's an appropriation on this.
There's an appropriation in HB1 for $100,000 per year
And
to
when
fund these
you
services.
say it expires?
So the current ARPA money will run out in the judicial branch this current biennium. This language moves that requirement to the Judicial Council, and the Senate appropriated $100,000 per year to fund those services, those
This is the money
contracts.
they can come back to fiscal and ask for.
They can ask for additional. However, with this one, it is a contract that the courts currently have that are transferring to the Judicial Council. So they requested that they be funded upfront versus fiscal.
It's the courts pushing something out of their budget into somebody else's, I guess.
Yep. All right. Is this something we can deal with, Senator?
No, after you finish this one, I want to have a sidebar with you about the last item.
The workers' comp, okay. Or the one we just did, labor,
Yeah.
okay. Payment for legal services. What do you want to do about this? This was in your budget, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Judicial Council continuing to,
Yep.
I don't know. Let's wait. I have to, this is a new one, so let's think about it.
All right.
We'll-
All right. Continuing on.
Senate passed section 378 and 379. This was House Bill 282 that the Senate laid on the table. They added it to HB2, but reduced the biennium appropriation from $1 million to $750,000.
Okay. This is fine.
All right, we like this.
So-
This is 378 and 379. House members?
Yeah.
Exceed.
They've never come close to this number, so this
Yeah.
is a perspective thing. Yeah.
All right, carrying it on.
Senate passed sections 380 to 382. The Senate added SB 162, and Representative McGuire, I believe you have an amendment on this.
Um,
Can she pass it out?
yes, please. Go for it. But this one I don't remember.
Okay,
Well, this is for Regina.
All right, let's wait.
We'll hold.
we'll pass it out at some point, and then we'll come back to it.
Yeah, maybe pass it out so people can look at it and then, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Yeah. Was this a bill or was this a? Ah, okay. Yes. Oh, yeah, but there's, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is actually, I think this is an amendment from our Commerce Committee. But there's other related things that the Commerce Committee is interested in that we'll have to talk about in caucus.
Have they added new things to this?
This amendment makes this whole section more palatable to the realtors, I think, is what it is. And so, but our Commerce Committee is concerned about other things in the budget, other Senate stuff in the budget. So we need to talk about this, all of these things together, kind of.
Okay, we'll wait.
So this is just for your information. You can read it and so on, but we'll need to caucus about it first before we
All right, so. and-
make a decision.
And we want to have Representative,
And
Birdsell.
Representative
Birdsell
Birdsell has to
maybe.
come and all that stuff.
Need to be there.
yep, okay. Goes for a few pages, too.
Senate passed Section 383. This was put in by the Senate, and it's relative to the Department of Corrections probation, parole, and officer position. It requires one parole position that is left due to attrition be left unfilled over the biennium.
Hmm. Wait a minute, let me see.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes?
So again, these are three positions that were reduced. I worked with Commissioner, or temporary Commissioner Skippa on this. The Probation and Parole Department has seen a 37% reduction in their caseload. And so we came to an agreement. They have a current vacant position that they've agreed not to fill. They have a position that a person is retiring on June 30th, and they've agreed to let that one go. And then on the third position, we've asked them that through the course of the biennium, when the next position becomes vacant, not to fill that position. So we let it go through attrition, not laying anybody off or anything else as somebody leaves. These three positions would be removed.
Right, so this is probably okay, but I want to combine it with our other correction stuff.
All right,
So let's.
I
hold
didn't
it.
realize this dealt with corrections, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Correct, it's the parole, it's the field services
division
of corrections.
Okay,
Yeah, so
All right.
we'll wait. Yeah.
Reasonable phased in approach. He asked, originally we had cut that third position completely, and he asked if we would allow it happen by attrition, and the Senate agreed.
and this covers 381, 382, 383?
I believe it's just 380.
I think it's just 383.
Just 383.
Just 383.
It just covers 383?
Right.
Okay, I thought we were looking at 381.
Nope, we were looking at 383.
All right. I guess we're going to hold. All right.
Senate passed sections 384 to 389. The Senate added a committee to study the creation of New Hampshire Office of Film and Creative Media.
No.
Is there a cost
There
to
is
that?
no,
Is there
there's
an
no cost
appropriation?
associated with this.
Say it again, the
It's a committee
appropriation?
to
No
start
cost.
thinking about getting an organization we don't want, with a tax credit we don't want, et cetera. No? Yeah.
What's that?
I'm not in favor. It seemed like Representative Barr was asking.
Okay.
Okay.
House?
I'm okay with putting in movie revenue. Get movies right there in Hampshire.
I think they made the part of the movie Jumanji here.
Without such a committee. Yeah, but notice they did it without such a committee.
All right. So we're holding this one.
Yeah.
Senate passed section 390 to 391. Extends the Housing Champion Designation grant program from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26.
And the only thing it does with the funds is,
If they're unspent at the end of fiscal year 25, they'll be allowed to use them in 26. However, per BEA, they believe all the funding will be gone at the end of fiscal year 25. This was just a catch if anything is not spent in 26.
so it would leave the structure there, but not provide any additional funding.
This was put in by the governor and removed by the House and put back in by the Senate.
Oh,
Oh, but does this allow it to lapse into this biennium?
Any unspent money, but they don't believe that if there's going to be any unspent money, it'll be pennies, not dollars.
Okay.
so we're talking now 390.
390 and 391.
Okay.
I mean,
Certainly, there is a lot of Democratic support for this item, and they would like to find money to put into here. And certainly, the Senate is not, does not have a deaf ear when it comes to finding ways that we can at least, accede to some of their positions.
Will they vote for the budget?
No, but or at least I don't believe they will. They could surprise me. But by taking things like this out, you'll pretty much guarantee their position on the budget.
Okay.
all right, why not? There's not much money. All right, we'll agree. I think,
You want to agree to this?
yeah? Okay.
Senate passed section 392 is relative to the sale of the Sununu Youth Services Center and putting the money into the YDC fund.
No. Sounds like a good idea, but
I would agree.
will anything happen? I guess we'll exceed. Got to get money from somewhere.
Senate passed section 393 and 394. This is relative to the Department of Business and Economic Affairs, Division of Travel and Tourism budget. This was Senate Bill 63. House Finance retained this. The Senate put it into the budget and moved the date to the next biennium.
So this one I can't agree with. This is like a 30% increase. They get a certain amount, which I think was 14 million or something, and this adds another 6 million or something to it. It's a big number. And since I was in favor of taking out the 14 million to start with, I certainly don't want to make it bigger. So I would be against this one.
Mr. Chair. So again, this is prior to, I think it was last biennium before, where we created this municipal reimbursement fund for the rooms and meals tax. What would happen on the disbursement prior to us creating that fund was the rooms and meals tax would come in, and then we would have 3.15% go to the tourism division, who advocates for people to come to New Hampshire and uses that money for that purpose. However, once a couple bienniums ago, when we changed that law and we created the municipal reimbursement fund, when we increased the revenues to 30%, DRA now interprets that to mean that before they give the 3.15%, they have to first fund a municipal fund first. And then they give the tourism division their revenue on a smaller number to 3.15%. So it was a mathematical error that I don't think was intended by anybody. And this puts it back and makes it clear that the first thing that happens is we support the marketing arm of our state and putting money into that program, and then we give the money to everybody else. Again, it was a mathematical error that occurred only because we changed the law around the distribution of rooms and meals tax.
And this is why you shouldn't budget based on automatic spending in law, where these guys get a percentage of that and those guys get a percentage of that and all that sort of thing. You should actually budget things, right? Take money from revenue, put it in the general fund, and then figure out how much does travel and tourism need, how much do towns need, how much, like that. So, you put all these automatic stuff in there, and it doesn't make sense, because who knows if in this biennium those people need that particular percentage.
Senator Gray?
I'm not going to disagree with your philosophy, but right now we are where we are, okay? And we need to make a decision whether to keep this money. The Senate believes that this money is useful and serves a purpose, brings in other revenue into the state, and therefore the Senate's position is that it should stay.
Hold it.
all automatic revenues to dedicated, but I'm not gonna follow this a little bit.
Okay. All right. 395.
So 395 and 396 relate to the tax amnesty that the Senate added to the budget. They anticipate a $5 million revenue pickup. It would be in place for the period of December 1, 2025 through February 15th, 2026. The appropriation is $50,000 for the DRA to do outreach and other things related to making people aware of the amnesty program.
Senator Gray?
And it should be noted that we spent money on a new computer system to make it easier for them to find people who are not paying their appropriate tax. And so having this amnesty in along at the same time gives them the opportunity to do this without penalty and us the opportunity to claim a $5 million. And we believe that that $5 million is a low figure, very conservative in what they could actually bring in.
How many years since we last did this?
2015.
16?
15.
10 years ago, when we brought in a fair amount of money.
$19 million in at that time, but we think from it won't be quite that big. And probably the biggest gain we'll have is the interest and dividends tax that people have still owe that and we'll be able to get it back.
Let's hear from Representative Janigian, please.
Representative Janigian?
This is about a tax amnesty, page 357.
You may want to come up to the center table. There's a mic there.
Yeah,
Or sit over in Senator Rosenbaum's place. Senator Birdshaw's place.
yeah,
Next to Senator.
yeah. Come up to the microphone. Somebody.
We want you at a mic, please, sir.
No, I believe the program works. That's one.
Page 357 at the bottom.
Okay.
Or 357, where at the bottom?
Yeah, tax
Tax
amnesty.
Okay, yeah.
395.
So,
So
previously assessed. Okay.
basically, we remove penalties and 50% of the interest owed in order to get people to comply for some period. Is this for a year or for? Oh, no, it's just for a couple months.
Yeah.
And the question is
Well,
what? How
December-
much money is
December
that going to bring in?
2020.
No, it's just, should we do it or not?
Oh, should we do it?
I think
I don't see why not. I mean, my understanding has been when amnesty programs have come into being, they do typically bring in money. I mean, I can't make a prediction on how much, but I think, I don't see any downside to it.
has this been included in the budget revenue estimates?
That's why we're talking about it. Yes, the number's included in the budget.
It would be included in the surplus statement and not in the other budget figures that
We
you've
use-
gotten, as best I know.
Yeah.
We used the conservative number of $5 million, which the Commissioner Stepp said was easily obtainable.
LBA,
So we're in
comments,
agreement.
questions on that?
No, I was just going to say that what you stated, Senator Gray, is correct. It's in the surplus adjustment area of the surplus statement. It's not in the base revenues that we've been discussing.
House members,
Yeah, we're good.
exceed on 357, 358.
Thank you.
Okay, Veterans Court.
Senate passed sections 397 and 398. These both delay the obligation for the judicial branch to hire a judicial counsel, or judicial training coordinator and to form a veterans court. This was a request from the judicial branch, and the Senate put it into HB2.
I thought this already existed.
This went through already as a bill. Last year, the Senate pushed the obligation, delayed it in the bail bill. So this is just delaying it again, as the court said they don't have the funding to do it at this time.
What's the appropriation?
There is no appropriation, but the the judicial branch said in order to do the judicial training coordinator, they would need 300,000 over the biennium, and to do the veterans court, they would need 400,000 over the biennium.
So repeat that part about this delays it again.
So this delays it in 2024. It was delayed, and then these two sections here delay it from 2025, which is when it was supposed to be effective. It delays it until July 1st, 2027.
So if you don't do what the Senate wants, then you've got a problem is that you're not funding something that you're saying has to happen.
So it's already been approved. This is just, and you've had an appropriation.
No, there is no appropriation. Right now, that's the problem, is that there is no appropriation, but the law says they have to do it. They're saying, I don't have the money to do it, and we're saying, okay, we won't make you do it. We'll suspend the thing for another 2 years.
But we're likely to give them more money than the House budget, so they will have more money.
But if you want them to spending on this and then still come back for indigent care, indigent defenses and all of those other things, that is something that we'll talk about later in the budget.
But it's not judicial council, right? This is judiciary.
Right.
Okay.
So you have suspended it.
We are suspending the requirement for them to spend, give me the number again.
300,000 for the judicial training coordinator and 400,000 for the veterans court.
Okay, so almost $750,000. If you want them to spend that, then you need to put that much money back in the budget so they can do it. If not, then you should go with the Senate position and suspend it again.
All right, no action. Anybody want to do anything?
Shall we agree?
Agree to suspend?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, exceed. I haven't heard from any veterans about this yet. All right,
I'm here.
so am I.
Amen.
Judicial districts.
Senate passed section 399 to 401 is just cleanup language that was sent to the Senate for getting the courts cleaned up for their language and law.
Senate highly recommend.
So they're closing the Exeter district, because it's right next to the Brentwood district.
There is no court closures in this language. It is just cleanup of what is already currently happening today.
This is my county. So there's no court there now.
Yeah, this is merely technical cleanup language as to what is being
right.
served today.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? I'm looking on page 39 where they're talking about the change from the Auburn, Candia, Raymond to the Candia district.
Yep.
That the court is being located in Candia. I thought the court was in Auburn. Are they just? Did they close? I don't think they closed the Auburn court, did they? Ah, okay, because it was my understanding there was one. Okay, it's right on, I think it's on 28. I remember it being there, and I remember seeing it fairly recently, so I'm just curious, are they going to close the Auburn court and move it to Candia? That's all.
I think it must be in Candia.
Yeah, okay.
Again, this is supposedly, according to the judiciary, that this cleans up the language and makes it match what is existing today. Now, if there is a difference,
Okay,
then we need to deal with it in future legislation.
okay.
All right,
All right, we'll agree.
so we exceed on 400 and 401.
Yes.
It's 399 to 401.
Yes.
399 to 401. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because it says that it's on Priscilla Lane in Auburn.
Says that?
Yeah.
Google says.
Google says the courthouse is in Auburn on Priscilla Lane.
We will,
I knew
we will
I'd
ask
seen it.
LBA to go back and
Yeah.
ask them about it. And if we need to bring this back off of,
Yep.
we'll
Okay.
bring it back and put it on.
Yes.
I would have thought I would have heard about it if they were closing the court, so.
One would think.
They may, sometimes the courts, they add little things to the backs of the names of the courts and, you know, this one's circuit court, this one's superior court, this one is family court, this
Yeah,
one
I
is,
knew it.
so it could be one of those things, but
Okay.
we've asked LBA to go do it. She's shaking her head up and down that she will, and
Okay, we're good. I just want to make sure.
All right, so we got 3 or 4 items here under the State Commission on Human Rights. I don't think any of us are in favor of.
Senate
Continuing
passed
that.
section on page 27, 402 and 403, and it continues on to page 28 all the way down to Senate passed section 411.
Through 411.
This essentially restores the Human Rights Commission and also puts in certain parameters requiring an advisory council that is overseen by the judicial branch to make sure that the Human Rights Commission is abiding by the audit findings.
and this is a restructuring of them to get them to comply, get them to do the things that they're supposed to do, and serve the people of New Hampshire the way they're supposed to serve them. And certainly we will continue to look at them as we go along and make any additional changes that we need.
All right.
House committee members?
Who currently picks their chair? This says the Chief Justice will. Is that right? Or no, that's a committee.
Yep.
Oh, it's an advisory.
Right.
I'm not familiar enough with the details of that to tell you what the answer is right now, but we can
Yeah.
get it for you.
Mhm.
Senator Carson, if you make sure that happens.
Okay.
You want to decide, or you want
Um,
to, Jose, you're up? Mary Jane? Jess? Yes?
yeah.
Dan?
Let me, I mean, there's so much language here. Why don't we ask ED&A to look at it?
All right, further.
Oh,
I'm not crazy about it either, but,
yeah.
all right. Going to page 29, and this one went all the way through 411. So next one is 412.
Mr. Chairman, if we could just go back
Yes,
to the Human Rights Commission. If you look on page 372, section I, under Senate passed, it says, such commission shall consist of 7 members who shall be appointed by the governor with the consent of council, and one of whom shall be designated as chair by the governor.
very good.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm not sure about whether or not, I know they're appointed by the governor and confirmed by the council, so.
All right, so.
Is there a appropriation in that?
There's an appropriation in the detailed change in the HB1 budget.
For,
It's for, I believe it's 1.3 million. And there is also a back of the budget cut
I thought it
to
was,
them as well.
wasn't it 3 million on this?
I believe that we did cut some money, yes.
It's, on this page, it's 3.2 million
Okay,
total.
thank you for the corrections. I'm trying to pull my paper.
Okay,
I apologize.
She's still looking for the numbers.
It- Yes, there is federal funds of 366,000 and It's 1.6 million per year over the biennium. And then there's a HB1 section back of the budget cut of 225,000 in fiscal year 26 and 240,000 in fiscal year 27.
So what was the ratio between federal and state?
It's about 10%. So the federal was 366,000 and general was 3.2 million.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back to that. Are we good?
Yep.
Page.
Senate passed section on page 28. Senate passed section 412 is on a new paragraph added for the compensation for public water systems, or PFAS.
And the appropriation?
The appropriation is 11 million.
Oh, yes.
That's in the next section. It's 11.55 million for fiscal year ending June 30, 2026.
Senator
From the
Rosenwald.
Drinking Water and
Thank you.
Groundwater Trust
Right,
Fund.
I was just gonna say it's not general funds.
No.
It's from the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
What did you say, Senator Rosenwald?
It's not general funds.
No.
It's from
Not
the
general
Drinking
fund.
Water and Groundwater Trust Fund.
And just so you know, I've had conversations with the chair of that fund, Representative Boyd. So about this issue, and it's about it's getting close to completing that section that goes from Lake Massabesic down through Derry and into Salem to bring clean water.
Okay.
So we're not allocating 11 million of general funds?
No,
Yeah, it's coming out of the drinking water.
Oh, I see.
if I could add that the monies in this fund are a combination of settlements and the outcome of litigation.
Yes.
And probably we're expecting more funds
Mm-hmm.
later this year.
Yeah, I thought we had a bill on this too.
There's another section in here dealing with the settlement. We're expecting at least $55 million from a settlement for PFAS. It's the first part of it. And the money is not there yet, but it's putting the policy in place, and we'll talk about that when we get to it.
But there's a restriction on that money that
Yes.
would be only for drinking water and not wastewater.
Correct.
And that is
It's only-
section 412. That's the section that you're on.
Okay. So why don't we just ask our water committee to take a look at this, because I haven't heard from them. So,
Okay.
Okay.
yeah, I'll ask them. Yes.
This covers several sections, right?
I think.
Yeah. Looks like 412
It's
through.
What's our next section?
413 is separate. So 412, 414, and 415.
So 412, 414, and 415, and we need to go
It's all
back and pick up
PFAS.
413.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So you want to talk to the committee on this? All right.
Yeah, resources. Yeah.
So what's next? 417?
13.
413.
413. 413.
412 was what I was talking about.
Yes.
Yep.
You were,
Okay,
good.
that language came directly from the Department of Environmental Services.
Okay.
all right. 13 is what?
413 is relative to renewability of health coverage. It adds a provision to include de-identified large claim informations for claimants over $50,000.
So it's adding more information to a report? Is that?
If I may, Mr. Chair. So again, this is when they're going out to get to do a municipality is going out to do health insurance. There's sometimes they need information in order to get a good quote on what large claims might have looked like, so the insurer can do accordingly. There are some insurers that will provide the information, some insurers that won't provide the information. We're now making it so all insurers have to provide the information as long as it's de-identified, so that municipalities can get the best rate possible.
We need a law change for this?
We do, because it wasn't being followed uniformly by
Is
all
this-
insurance carriers.
Is this a result of the health trust?
That is
not
part of it.
Providing information to Rochester to be able to get a reasonable quote from other insurance?
That is part of it.
Was this part of a Senate bill or no?
It was brought in at a request of, I don't remember who.
Okay. Because in general, Representative Hunt complained about a lot of insurance changes that didn't go through his committee. So I'd like a chance to ask him about it.
Again, that may be again, we're just looking to, the problem was there were carriers, Senator Gray just spoke about one, the town of Rochester, who couldn't get the information to be able to get a valid quote for health insurance because their carrier wouldn't give them the information now, so.
Right. This is probably okay, but I'd like to
We want to call
ask him.
Representative Hunt.
Yeah.
And certainly Representative Hunt and I have had discussions on Senate Bill 297 and whether or not regulation of the risk pools should be under the Secretary of State or under insurance. And I don't believe that this enters into that at all.
It does not.
It depends. It talks about what information a member in Rochester's case, what information they should be able to get back that's de-identified to be able to ask for a quote. And not having that information, Rochester believes that the quote that they got from the new insurance company, although saving them money over what they would have gotten from Health Trust, did not save them the amount they should have been able to save.
Yeah, he was complaining about Senate Bill 128, Senate Bill 132, maybe some others, I don't know. We'll get to those when we get.
And here's more PFAS.
Yeah.
You're down to 16 now?
414.
You're 414 and 415 you took care of when you did 412.
Okay, that's
So I
true.
think you're down to 416.
That's right, we went back to this
Yep.
413. All right, so that's
Yep.
done. All right, this is DES 417.
Before I'm going to go back to
16.
416.
415?
No, you need 16.
16.
416.
Okay. Appropriation.
416, the Senate put in an appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services of 2.5 million per fiscal year for state aid grant water monies.
And how much for the second year?
2.5 per year, so 5 million over the biennium.
Buco bucks.
What?
Is this-
Bucks.
Buco bucks. That's what this is.
We have a big problem in our area, Representative, concerning PFAS contamination.
Yeah, no, but this is just, yeah, I mean, I think we agreed to this, right?
Did we agree?
Well, yeah. I
I'm
mean,
hoping you will.
All right, let's see.
I think, we talked about it and we didn't object, so,
It was on your list, right?
yeah, it's on our list.
Did you see your list? You checked it on your list, okay.
Yes, but we know what this is and we agreed, I believe.
All right, we exceed. 417.
Yeah, this is a special, but
Senate passed Section
willing to agree to-
417 is an appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services for the Pillsbury Lake District. And it's 325,000 over the biennium.
this is a special request of Senator Ennis. So.
Everybody on the committee okay? Exceed. For 18.
Section 418 is enabling statutory language that the E911 fund at Department of Safety may be used for state radio communications. This was in the governor's recommended House Bill 2. The House removed it. The Senate added it back per agency request. Based on this committee's action in House Bill 1 on the detailed change report last week, you already made the budget adjustment to align with this section. So if you wanted to be consistent, you would accede to the Senate position on section 418.
We've already done that, you said.
You did it in House Bill 1. This would be the House Bill 2.
All right,
To
we'll
align with that.
exceed.
Representative Eric?
Say it again, Keith.
He doesn't like it, but
You don't like it? Okay.
he's okay. All right. We'll agree.
All right.
Similarly, sections 420, or excuse me, 419 and 420, you made a House Bill 1 decision last week that would move a certain function and positions from the Division of Administration to the Division of Motor Vehicles. It's a net zero change. You accepted the House Bill 1 change last week. This would be the House Bill 2 language that facilitates that move.
We exceed.
Sections 421 and 422 are relative to a move of the manufacturing of license plates from the Department of Corrections to the Department of Safety. These statutory changes would align with actions taken in the capital budget, House Bill 25. I will point out there is an increase to the fee for plates included in here. This was something that is, there's a dedicated fund for the reflectorized plate fund, but you do see that on, yeah, I'm sorry, I gotta scroll up. It's on page 380 of your side-by-side report, somewhat in the middle of the page. You can see the plate fee goes from $4 to $6 per plate.
So you say this is all in HB 1?
Nope. This is to align with House Bill 25, capital budget
Oh, House
change.
Bill
Yeah,
25.
a capital appropriation. And this was an agency request of Senate Finance.
So your plates right now are stamped and then they're painted and all of that stuff. This would do away with the stamping. It'd be a computerized system. If you want a such and such a plate with this on it, that on it, this other thing on it, you hit the button and the thing comes out.
So it doesn't stamp them anymore.
It won't stamp the plates anymore.
You got to hope the paint sticks.
Whatever covering that they use, yes.
All right.
Will you accept it without the fee increase
Yeah.
on page 380?
Did, excuse me, did we already agree to the fee increase?
No, the fee increase would be new to the Senate version. This was not part of the House budget. If the committee wants to accept everything but the fee increase, we can have an amendment drafted on the side that we would include in the final conference report. That would be these sections, just keeping that $4 fee at $4.
Okay, I guess we've got to go with no fee increase. And we'll get an amendment.
Microscopic amounts of money. $4 probably hasn't been increased since 1928.
No, it's,
So
Again, it is your rule in the House
House rules.
that is causing us the problem, okay? There are options out there that the House can vote to overrule or to change their rule. Or the Speaker of the House can say that it doesn't violate the rule, then somebody can challenge him, and then with a simple majority vote, you can support the ruling of the chair. So all those options are open to you, but they're not open to me.
Keith,
I'm just pointing out that we did raise motor vehicle fees, this is a motor vehicle fee, so it sounds like maybe we might be okay.
yeah, we did raise the fees, and this might have been one of the ones we raised. And let me,
We did not, but
we
You
did
didn't
not.
raise-
Okay, Mickey says that we did.
This is not one of the fees that was included in the House budget. There were a variety of motor vehicle fees there. This is a separate RSA for a separate fee that was not part of that
We
package.
did go up in vanity plates.
that's not my point, I understand that. But with the fact that we were raising motor vehicle fees, we may be satisfied with the rule, we should at least ask the board of Elections to make sure.
All right, we'll have to get a decision on this.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, are we going to agree to accede to the Senate position depending on what the speaker says, we may have to come back and deal with it.
We'll come to it, we'll get a decision. They're gonna go to the lawyers, I guess. Because there's several of them we gotta wait for.
The next sections, 423 and 424, are the language from Senate Bill 70. This is relative to authorization of mobile driver's licenses. This bill was tabled in the Senate and included in House Bill 2.
And so Representative Leon had a comment on this one? You want to come up to the microphone?
I wonder what a mobile driver's license is.
I
On
can
your
explain
phone?
it to you. It's my bill, Mr. Chair. It
Oh,
was
you
like,
put it on your phone.
like to know, yep. So it allows you to have a digital ID on your phone or other device that, and it allows the state to be able to go. TSA is now accepting those, but you have to have your airport exempted. And the bill would allow us to be able to do that. What we didn't do was originally it was a significant appropriation with this. We did $0 in appropriation. So if they come up with the money, they find a grant and they want to do it, they have the language in statute to be able to do it. But if they don't, then right now they're just eligible to do it, but they got to find funding to do it.
Thank you. Representative Leon.
Thank you. Yes, I was concerned about how broad the rulemaking was. It said that the commissioner shall adopt them that are necessary for the management and operation. It just seems very, very broad to me. And I had some other questions on the policy. I just wanted to make sure our transportation people had an eye on it before we agreed to it.
Yeah.
Even though I love the idea of having my driver's license on my phone.
All right.
I had to get a
so
replacement.
Yeah.
We gotta confer with transportation. All
Yeah,
right,
I asked the question, but I haven't heard back yet.
Okay. All right, next we're Northern Border Alliance Program.
So section 425 is a $600,000 general fund appropriation to the Department of Safety for the Northern Border Alliance Program. This program exists currently, and this would be an additional appropriation to extend it through the next biennium.
Is this additional to money that's already there?
There's money in the current biennium, and some of that will be still available, I think, at the end of this biennium. This request is less than what's currently budgeted, with the expectation there'd be carry forward money to be added to this 600,000.
I believe we agreed to this.
Exceed. Okay,
Section 426 is a legislative declaration of authority regarding public education. If you would like to read it, it is on page 386 of the side-by-side.
just the one that says, tell the court that we're in charge. Keith, this is good. We
Thank-
exceed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sections 427, 428, and 429 are relative to the Land Conservation Stewardship Program. If you recall, last week, you approved the House Bill 1 change that would move them in the budget from the Department of Administrative Services to Fish and Game. These are some statutory changes that go along with that transfer.
Exceed.
Section 430, the Department of Transportation asked for a statutory change allowing them to seek reimbursement for the cost of removing vehicles, equipment, or any other such items left at park and ride facilities. Currently, the state covers the cost of removal, and they wanted the statutory authority to seek reimbursement for those costs.
Did we have anything in the budget?
There is no corresponding budget or revenue
Well, there's
expectation.
nothing in the House. This is an appropriation that the Senate rightfully made. From
There's
the Senate
N-
budget.
no appropriation, no money involved with this at
No
all.
money.
Just a statutory change permitting the Department of Transportation to try to recover some costs.
I do have one park and ride in my district where I get complaints regularly that there's someone either camping in their car, having an RV or whatever. And this, if there's not there and the vehicle still is there, either the camper or the whatever, that instead of the state paying to get rid of it, we want the individual to pay for it.
Now, this is awfully vague language, right? I mean, seek, I mean, do we sue them? Do we attach to them?
We do
Yeah.
all that stuff.
All right.
We do whatever it is that we can do to get reimbursement for getting rid of their trash.
Okay, exceed.
All right. It's not a new fee? I guess not.
No, not at this point.
It's a
431.
penalty, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Section 431 was another Department of Transportation request. Under current law, there are prohibitions and penalties for if you, on your land, cause water to flow onto state highways. This change adds state-owned railroad corridors to that definition. So this would prevent property owners from causing water to run or flow or pool onto railroad tracks.
So it's adding railroad tracks. It's already covering highways.
Correct.
You don't want the water to undermine the highway. You also don't want it to undermine the railroad.
All right. Any problem?
I just wanted to confirm that this won't have any problems with the exit 4A around the rail trail passage underneath with that passage. So as long as DOT doesn't raise any problems before we approve this, I'm good.
I believe that there are things that they can do, but again, I can't tell you whether it does or does not affect that one, because you would have to do an engineering study about that before you could get there.
But this is their request, right?
Yes, since it's their request, I'm a lot less concerned than I first was. So as long as they don't realize they've created a problem for themselves, I'm good.
All right, we
Do you
exceed.
have a railroad there?
So exit 4A is going over the rail trail. So there are some issues
but
around
see,
how it's crossing
I
that.
don't
It's
know
not
that it
active.
would-
Yeah, it's not currently
I don't know that
active.
it would cover the rail trail, all right?
Yeah.
Because
It
this
says-
is railroads.
It says state-owned railroad corridor. So that's just why I wanted to just raise the question. If we don't hear anything from DOT, there's no problem at all.
All right, 432.
Sections 432, 433, and 434 all relate. If you recall, last week you approved in House Bill 1 to add funds for a position associated with Senate Bill 153, which would provide for a expedited driveway permitting process.
Yep.
You funded the position, you authorized the position. This amendment here to House Bill 2 would state that any of the fee revenue that comes in for the expedited permits goes to the highway fund. So this is how you're paying for that position.
Exceed. I don't believe it's a new fee.
No.
The fee is established in Senate Bill 153. This section just states that that revenue from the fee goes to the highway fund.
Did Senate Bill 153 pass?
Senate Bill 153 has passed both bodies.
Okay. Good.
Good. So there's a fee that's been voted twice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Adult ed. Thought we came to some agreement on this.
Yep, section 435 and 436 are relative to adult education. Section 435 would require that school districts would be charged tuition from adult education programs when the student is in a resident district to which there is an adequacy grant associated at the time that they're attending those classes. And 436 makes a $400,000 a year general fund appropriation for adult education. There was a $834,000 per year appropriation in the governor's pass, which was removed by the House. This is the Senate's position on restoring funding for adult education.
Keith?
Yeah.
Okay. Exceed.
Section 437 was a department request to modify some of the student privacy laws. Currently, student post-secondary workforce information is under a protected data class for privacy. The request from the department was to strike up the reference to post-secondary and also the name of any college attended. This loosens the privacy to allow for the department to move forward with an agreement for a contract that was funded last biennium. That this has been one of the limiting factors.
Keith, would you come up to one of these mics? As the next several here are pushing for the red button there.
We're on page
Just give me
389,
the section numbers.
437.
Oh, yeah, this is the Ken Wilder special. Accede to this.
All right, exceed. I just wanted your confirmation.
I thought we talked about this, yeah.
Yep.
439, similar. It's not related to Ken, but exceed.
438.
438.
Sorry, I'm trying to read the numbers with my wrong glasses.
So section 438 was another Department of Education request. Under current law, there's accounting standards reports that the Department of Education with the Department of Revenue Administration, it said the current law says that they shall issue them on or before December 1st, 1999, but there was no statutory provision for updating or reissuing. So this change here, if you look on page 389 of the side-by-side, it says that they shall maintain the standards. So this would allow them to constantly update that and modify that for the districts.
Exceed.
Exceed. Next one.
Section 439 would add to the Department of Education Deputy Commissioner duties that any Department of Information Technology embedded staff would also be shared supervised by DOIT as well as DOE.
Exceed.
Section 440 was a department request to appropriate $1.5 million per year from the Education Trust Fund to the department for online, or excuse me, just learning platforms, the continuation of that.
This is the Discovery platform. Exceed.
Exceed.
And this is an important one, and it has shown great ability to bring our students that were suffered from a lag during COVID back up to a reasonable standard.
Yep.
Section 441 is language from, House Bill 591, which has been concurred. This extends Keno hours. Currently, the statute says that those Keno games can only be offered from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. This changes it so Keno can be offered during the business's hours of operation.
It's
Sounds
kind of a indefinite thing. So if I say my business is open 24 hours a day, I can do it 24 hours a day?
Yep.
Is that what we want?
Yes.
If you go in and want to play Keno, we'll take your money.
I know. What do we want to do?
Well, we do scratch tickets 24 hours a day, right?
Exceed? Exceed.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the local option that was somewhat controversial.
Sections 442 through 452 are relative to games of chance local option. This is House Bill 737, which I believe has a committee of conference scheduled for tomorrow.
So this is House Bill 337 that's going to have a,
737.
So maybe we shouldn't step on their
there's,
toes.
there's a good number, 737. Committee of conference tomorrow? Okay, we'll see what that does.
Next is sections 453 and 454. This is language from Senate Bill 60 relative to authorization of advanced deposit account wagering.
Well,
That bill was passed by the Senate, amended by the House with a non-related amendment, and then it was non-concurred by the Senate.
Because of the non-related amendment? So this takes out the non-related amendment.
which one are we talking about here?
We're now on 453. Parimutuel pools and distribution of tax thereon.
So all the rest of this stuff was Keno, isn't it?
Yeah, all the rest, that was all included in that Keno bill, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah, 450, or excuse me, 442 through 452 is relative to 737.
Yep,
As
so
the
we're
committee
waiting for a
conference.
report from that one.
Okay. And then 453. Let's see. All right.
Now we're on 453. Paramedical pool.
And what's the bill number? This one?
This is Senate Bill 60, which was passed by the Senate, and an amendment was made in the House with a non-related matter. When the Senate reviewed the bill, they non-concurred.
So the House never passed it.
No, they did.
House passed it and then passed the
It was
amendment?
passed, Senate Bill 60 was passed with the language as it came from the Senate with something else on the bill. And rather than accede to a committee of conference or ask for a committee of conference or concur, the Senate non-concurred.
So the basic bill has passed both houses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we?
Erica? You want to hold on it? Okay.
So, Melissa, I don't see this one, Senate Bill 60 on our list.
Okay. Next one.
We can get it added.
On to page 31, sections 455, 456, and 457 are relative to adding public safety telecommunicators and dispatchers to the existing professional or law enforcement, firefighters, first responders recruitment retention fund. This was a program that was funded and added last year, and these sections expand who is eligible for that program. There is no cost associated with this. There's existing funds in a dedicated fund for this program.
454?
455 through 457.
What happened with 454? That was related to the 453?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now we're community college.
Law enforcement and law enforcement.
So, Mr. Chair, this was an existing policy that existed when we did it for first responders, and we didn't qualify dispatchers as being eligible for this fund. And this seeks to fix that inequity and allow them to also be eligible for this education recruitment program, retention program.
Mm.
No cost. Money's already there.
There's no such thing as no cost. It's less money than for
this
the,
is
for
what
the
we
others
used-
that are in this
What we
group.
used to do for National Guard people.
Similar.
Not the same, but similar.
Okay.
You provide educational benefits both at the community college and at the university system to certain groups of people.
Keith? Do what? Erica? All right,
All
we'll
right.
exceed. It's at 455 and 456 are the same.
Yeah, 455, 456, and 457 are all related to that.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, sections 458 and 459 incorporate Senate Bill 120. And Representative McGuire, I think this is another stray one that's not on your list. I missed this one, so we'll update that list for you tonight. But these sections require insurance coverage, including Medicaid coverage of biomarker testing.
Oh, this is an insurance thing. Yes, I believe Representative Hunt objected to this.
Okay, so you're gonna-
Let's talk to him about it.
all right, so we'll hold that one.
Okay. And sections 460 and 461 incorporate Senate Bill 238, establishing an adverse childhood experiences prevention and treatment program and appropriating $300,000 for that purpose.
Senate Bill 230.
You had this on your list.
I think so. Yeah, we don't like it, I think.
You do like it or you don't?
We do not, according to Representative Kofalt.
Okay, Kofalt says no.
He says no.
Okay. All right.
Sections 462 and 463 incorporate Senate Bill 134, requiring HHS to resubmit a Medicaid waiver to allow them to implement the work and community engagement requirement for the expanded Medicaid population.
I would exceed.
Okay.
Okay, section 464.
Hold on, Kevin.
Oh, sorry.
Just to confirm, did the House accede to 462
Yes.
and 3?
Yep.
Okay.
But wait a minute.
3 is just the effective date.
Yep.
Okay, section 464 appropriates $105,000 for the purpose of establishing 2 positions within HHS to support the requirements of the summer EBT program that the legislature passed last year.
We like kids to be able to have food during the summertime.
Well, they're getting SNAP and they're getting double paid
Amen. And this is wonderful food for them too.
if they show up. All right, Keith, this is education.
Is,
No, it's HHS.
Don't be so easy.
this is the one where,
Yes?
I think we spoke about this earlier, where we spent $1 million last biennium to
Why don't
implement
the
it.
parents feed the kids anymore?
So Division 3 tried to kill this, and the Senate put it back.
Ah.
I'm not going to fight the Senate over it, but I think it's not really good or effective policy, but it does make everyone feel good.
Thank you.
Do you want to say no?
I'm a no, but I'm not saying that needs to be the House position, even though that's how the House voted.
House voted for it?
House
Senator
voted against it.
Senator Birdsell says it's $100,000 well spent.
That's what she says, but she wasn't in the House when we voted.
House position was no?
But we
Yes.
spent $1 million last biennium to set it up, and it's only $100,000 a year.
All right, I
So
guess
I'll
we're,
defer to you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a fan.
we're a no.
We'll fight you on it later.
All right.
Okay, section 465 incorporates Senate Bill 137 relative to hospital stays covered under the state Medicaid plan.
Yeah.
Hold.
This is the one that we'll give you this if you give us House Bill 94.
Yeah.
How's that?
I haven't been impressed with your trades up till now, so I'll have to look into this one, but
Well, we
Okay.
talked about this several pages ago,
Yeah.
so we'll come back.
Sections 466 and 467 incorporate Senate Bill 128 relative to a system of care for children's mental health. These establish the New Hampshire Children's Mental Health Association and allow for the imposition of an assessment upon insurers to fund children's behavioral health services.
Was this a bill?
This was Senate Bill 128. We passed it in the Senate and passed and tabled it for implementation in here. This sets up a fund so that right now there are families that are 100% covered by commercial insurance, but the insurance providers are not covering the mental health capacity of the wraparound program. So the state has been paying $2 million every biennium to pay for these children who are covered by their insurance companies. So this sets up a program where they assess the insurance companies and then they'll pay that payment out.
So we're collecting
state-
from the insurance companies what they were not paying.
And then it,
Right.
and it,
So this was,
Yes?
yeah. So this was one of the most important bills that Representative Hunt disagreed with passing in this way. He would much prefer any insurance-related bills to come through the normal process.
Okay.
And so they can study them and deal with them. So please make it a bill and either a House bill or a Senate bill, doesn't matter, but.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. If I could just add to what Senator Birdsall said, these children, some of these services are required for us to provide by, I think, federal law. And in some cases, Medicaid picks up the cost, even though these children are not on Medicaid. And in some cases, it gets picked up by the general fund. So these are services that we're required to provide. The children are commercially insured, but their insurer doesn't cover them. The taxpayer ends up currently picking up the cost. And we think that the insurer should pick up the cost.
Okay, we're going to get some input from Representative Hunt.
Yeah.
And additionally, so we didn't have the benefit of hearing this in the House, but reading the Senate report, very, very few privately insured patients currently go onto that fast forward program. It would be adding a new fee, a new tax to insurance providers based on a per child assessment like the Vaccine Association, which I don't think we'd be able to introduce because it is a new fee. And additionally, there's a good chance that we would end up having the insurers push children onto this program if they already have to pay through the state, in just a race to make prudent economic decisions.
Thank you.
This is way too complicated to add in this
Okay.
way. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we have a considerable amount of staff that is, waiting to support us. And they were just looking for an approximate time when we were going to finish so that they would be able to make plans.
When we finish we're almost finished with these sections, so.
Shall we try to shoot for 5 o'clock or 5:15?
Yeah. Let's say 5 o'clock. I think we'll be done. Is that okay?
It's not us.
We're here as long as you need us.
You can just say yes to all of the rest, and the Senate will be happy.
Well, you haven't given me many yeses, so.
Well, this is the phase where you have to review what we did and
That's what we're
and
doing.
tell us how great a job we did.
Yeah, we'll come to some of them. We have given you a couple of
Yes,
compliments.
you have, and I appreciate everyone.
But I don't remember you giving me a
We
compliment.
need to continue on so we can get done by 5. I've complimented you a couple of times.
Why don't I remember them?
How old are you? I'm only 76, so.
All right. Okay.
Okay, sections 468 and 469 are relative to insurance coverage for biologically based mental illnesses. This was from a Senate bill, and we're doing some research to try to find out which bill that was. So we'll get
Let's
that to you
hold
when we
that.
find it.
All right, we're going to hold it still.
Section 470 makes an appropriation of approximately $70,000 over the biennium to increase rates by 2% for each year of the biennium for intermediate care facilities for children with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
What's the cost of this?
It's approximately $70,000 over the biennium.
Okay. So
Did we hear any of this? in any
I'm
of this?
sorry, 70,000 in the first year and 141,000 in the biennium, so approximately 211 overall.
is this ICF rate increase?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess we agreed.
Did we already have it in the HB1?
We already caucused about
Oh, we
this.
caucused about this, and we agreed?
Yeah.
All right, exceed.
Section 471 provides the Veterans Home with expanded transfer authority, but it does not provide that authority with respect to personnel class lines. So the Senate the Senate had expressed some concern about that and allowed the home to transfer essentially between the maintenance lines, which is what they were concerned about.
They've had that ability in the past. It was not included in the present budget. And when they came in with a request, it was more expansive than I wanted to see it. And that's why we reduced it so they couldn't do the personnel lines. They still need to go to fiscal for those.
Okay.
Well, that's the same with everybody. Personnel lines are personnel lines only. Yep. So you got it right, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
All right,
I
we
did
can,
my best.
we can exceed. We're in the home stretch.
Sections 472 through 481 incorporate Senate Bill 246, which does a variety of things. It provides maternal depression screening for new mothers, increases access to health care services for new mothers, enables new parents to attend infant pediatric medical appointments, and develops a plan for perinatal peer support certification. And you'll notice that in those sections, there are a few appropriations.
Yeah. No.
We're talking about 472 and 481.
472 through 481.
Through 481.
Yeah, this is more insurance stuff, so it's a no.
Okay, this is a no. All right.
Do you have a total of the amount that this is?
It
Because
is
very little money for the benefits.
380,000 over the biennium throughout those sections.
There may be a section or two that we can pair with something else.
Yeah.
But overall, it's a problem, but I think there may be some portions that we may be able to work on together.
This is called the Momnibus.
2.0. And
you
they,
get-
originally it came at about 3 million.
Okay.
So we cut it down to 385,000.
Okay. So we can talk later about trading.
Want to get back to, what do we want to call, Hunt or anybody in your committee?
I can talk to Hunt and I can figure out what we may have around the independent birthing centers and some of the rural maternal health.
All right, we'll come back to this. All right.
Section 482 was a component of Senate Bill 113, but not the entire bill. It requires the Commissioner of HHS to either submit a renewal of the state plan amendment or a new Medicaid benefit for supportive housing services.
Anybody dealt with this?
We're trying to provide these services in the most cost-effective way possible.
What are supportive housing services? They say?
People that come into your home, I believe, and
Okay.
assist you in small tasks.
So this
such
is
that-
like HICPIC,
I'm not familiar with that.
Home and Community-Based Care.
Okay.
Senator Rosenwald, is that what this is about?
I think this is about group homes that are staffed.
Group homes, okay. How much money are we talking about, Mickey?
There's no appropriation for this one.
No appropriation.
Aren't we on line 482?
It says appropriation.
It says appropriation in the section title, but there's no appropriation.
But this is a new Medicaid benefit, so we'll be paying 50% of whatever it is, right?
Mr. White is here. I don't know if he has a comment, and if you wanted to call him up.
Yeah.
He's-
Mr. White,
he's
do you have
shaking his
anything to
head.
say on this?
Yeah.
See, he was trying to hide back there, but I saw him.
Good. We need his expertise.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Health and Human Services. I agree with Kevin. I'm not sure if there was previously an appropriation here, but it looks like it would just be a state plan directing the department to do a state plan amendment.
But that adds more cost, yeah? I mean,
I'd like to take this back and do a little bit more research on it.
All right.
If we can revisit it.
All right, we'll
Yes.
hold it. Thank you.
So just so you know, so this section came from Senate Bill 113, which also contained an appropriation. So I think the section title is just a holdover from that bill.
What was the appropriation?
Well, it was a separate section. So the appropriation was not for this purpose.
Oh, I see.
I think this is just about submitting a plan, if a renewal of the state plan amendment as provided, and then under section 1915 of the Social Security. So I think they just want to me, it reads, it just wants a plan.
Look at the last sentence. They'll fully implement the new supportive housing Medicaid benefit.
Correct.
Isn't that like adding a new housing benefit?
No, I think it's maybe new on their end, but if you look up to the second line, it says, shall submit a renewal of the state plan amendment. So.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Mr. White is coming back.
Okay.
So we can, have all the conjecture we want.
Okay.
But we'll get the authoritative answer when he comes back.
Yeah, okay.
Coming back?
Yes, I will come back.
Sure you will. No, I thought from nodding your head you were coming back to say something further about.
I'm not sure whether his name is stenciled on that chair back there or whether it's actually a brass plaque, but
We know he's quite accurate.
Okay.
He has a reputation. Okay.
Okay. Section 483 appropriates $10 million to finance room and board for individuals with disabilities and acquired brain disorders who live in staffed community residences.
This is the line that we've lapsed quite a bit from because they can't find providers, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
come back.
Senator Rosenwald.
Oh, this is this one.
This
Yeah.
was a prioritized need of the department that they worked very hard with us to implement. They were concerned that the defunding of this housing would lead to about, I think, 300 individuals with developmental disabilities becoming homeless.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct. The department originally submitted a $5 million general fund prioritized need request back during the agency phase of the budget. This is relatively new. We do have some funds available for room and board, but when we conducted our projections back during the agency phase, this was the projected need. I know some of you have probably heard from members of the community where there are situations where without this funding, some of the housing situations for individuals with disabilities would be at risk, which is why we requested this appropriation. And I can gather additional information for the committee if that's needed.
Thank you. Exceed? Okay. You might sit there a little longer if something comes up. Next one, Mickey.
Sections 484 and 485 establish a committee to study the incorporation of long-term care into the managed care program.
It's just a committee,
Yes,
no appropriation.
correct.
Exceed. Okay.
Section 486 appropriates $3 million to hire a contractor to provide staffing support to assist with eliminating the backlog in Medicaid long-term care eligibility determinations.
It is.
This is,
Well, yeah, it's this one.
this is one we talked about when
Yeah.
we were in caucus. It was,
It's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Exceed.
And that actually goes through the following section as well, section 487. simply requires the department to report on the status of reducing that backlog.
Okay,
Uh,
so that's 487.
Yes.
Exceed.
yeah, the next one's a no. It's another insurance thing and,
Another insurance one we'll have to go to Hunt for.
yeah,
So we're gonna hold this?
Yep,
Okay.
480,
well,
488.
it's the next three, I
Senate
think.
passed section is 488 to 490, and that is Senate Bill
Yeah.
132
Yeah, we'll
relative
want
to
to get an
coverage
answer
for
from,
prosthetic
we've
devices.
had some objections from the insurance.
Yeah, from Commissioner
On our side.
Betancourt. Yeah, that one's surprisingly expensive.
All right,
Okay.
we on the last page?
No,
Close.
penultimate.
1.5 to go.
Sections 491 and 492 require the department to contract with a family medicine residency program for the purpose of establishing a residency program in rural areas and appropriates $500,000 for that purpose.
Anybody know anything about this, Erica? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. This was part of a much larger bill, Senate Bill 244, which was a broad and expensive healthcare workforce development effort. This one piece would allow, in the second year of the biennium, setting up a family practice residency at probably one of the federally qualified health centers. Probably would be 3 residents.
Well, everybody tells us this is the shortage. We'll exceed.
Thank you.
What's the cost of this?
500,000.
Oh, okay.
And there are multiple programs, so it's not just enriching one program. I think there's 3 different systems that work with this.
Oh,
Yep.
makes sense.
Got a lack of all these healthcare workers.
Mhm.
All right.
Okay. Sections 493 through 498 incorporate portions of Senate Bill 118 that relate to Hampstead Hospital. They appropriate $160,000 to make leave accrual payments to temporary classified positions for people who worked at the hospital, and they establish a Hampstead Hospital and Residential Treatment Facility Fund. The House had passed a version of this, but it's in committee of conference. The House had added to it a bill relative to the cultivation of cannabis for therapeutic use.
So it got killed in the Senate?
It's in a committee of conference.
The Senate passed a version of it with only the Hampstead Hospital pieces. The House added the cultivation of cannabis for therapeutic use piece, so it's in a committee of conference for that reason now.
Yeah, and the cannabis thing in the Senate was 12-12.
So it's in a committee of conference now?
Yes.
Right, but it
All right.
also adds allowance for the elderly. So
Yeah, I
that-
remember there was a couple things added on that.
Yep.
Okay, so we want to wait.
Representative-
And I'd say we should hold it because of the committee of conference. There are a couple of very important pieces of policy here, but let's hold it for the committee of conference.
Okay, done, hold. All right.
So that takes you through to section 499, which makes an appropriation of 3.8 million for a tier 1 call center.
Exceed.
Sections 500 through 503 incorporate Senate Bill 243 relative to a child care scholarship program. Those sections contain an appropriation of $100,000 for that purpose.
Not much.
I have it as 370 total for the biennium. Can we, let's hold on this one. There was some objection from some House members here.
Okay.
Which sections are these? These are
501, wait a minute,
503.
501 to 503.
500 to 503.
500 to 503.
okay. Okay. Hold. Yeah. Okay.
Section 504 is something you've already discussed when you were dealing with the House Bill 1 side. As you recall, the House had appropriated $7.5 million per year of federal TANF funds for the purpose of financing recruitment and retention bonuses for childcare employees.
Yep.
The Senate initially removed those funds, but then made the appropriation that you see here in 504, which is contingent upon the department seeking federal approval to use the TANF funds for this purpose.
So I thought we had an earlier thing that read the same way.
It was similar. So you had approved the Senate's actions in House Bill 1. The Senate basically swapped the money from House Bill 1 to House Bill 2 and added some of this language.
Not a
So
problem.
unless they get permission to use TANF, they can't do it.
Okay, exceed.
So was this something we had appropriated 15 million for?
You had appropriated federal TANF funds for this purpose, yes.
I got you. Okay, but it's just written in a different way.
Correct.
Okay.
It's limiting so that they can't spend the money unless it's approved by TANF.
I got it.
Very good. Okay. State Treasurer.
Sections 505 through 509 incorporate Senate Bill 255, establishing and developing crisis stabilization services.
Oh, this is a new fee thing again.
I think this is the new tax on cell phones.
This is what?
This is the new cell phone tax.
Oh, yeah.
This is a suicide hotline. So it's covered, currently it's covered under ARPA funds, but those end at the end of the year or end of June, and there will be no suicide hotline. We have 46,000 of our current residents and 3,000 of my fellow veterans use it. So I think it's well worth increasing the fee.
But does this legislation call for a new fee?
Yes, it does. Yeah, let's fund it with general funds and then
What is the
propose.
hit on general funds then?
Just one moment.
You sure on your list?
Yes, new fee.
But how much is the money?
It is anticipated to be in the neighborhood of $7.5 million per year.
How much?
$7.5 million per year.
Wow.
7.5 million a year.
Wow.
Was the bill sent to the House or was it tabled in the Senate? I'm sure we would have passed it through if it had come the regular way.
All right.
Well,
Come through too late to get into the budget,
yeah.
which is why we tabled.
So you send us the budget at crossover and our bill wouldn't get to you until crossover.
I understand.
So then you can't get it back into the budget.
But then we would have had a hearing, so we wouldn't have the House rule interfering with us accepting the new fees.
The House rule on the committee of conference not raising a fee, I think would still apply, but we'll argue that later.
Okay.
Okay, so this is on hold.
Now we're on page 34.
So it'd be 15 million of general funds. Wow.
Sorry. Sections 510 through 512 appropriate $550,000 to fund guardianship services for older adults or those with disabilities who have been discharged from a hospital setting to a less restrictive setting.
Good enough, exceed. Okay.
Section 513 is also something you heard about in the context of House Bill 1. The House had reduced funding for youth residential placements. The department asked the Senate to restore that funding. The Senate did not approve that request, but they did add this provision allowing the department to come to fiscal in fiscal year 27 in the event that funds are insufficient.
Did you have this one on your list? Right now, there's $1 million in it, you said?
Well, there's no dollar amount associated with
Okay.
this.
So we're talking 513.
Right,
Yes.
this is just allowing,
Would allow the department to go to fiscal in the event that
All right.
funds are
yeah,
We'll exceed.
insufficient.
we'll see, yeah.
This next one, a new fee or just referring to some previous fees?
It's a bunch of new
Sections
fees.
513 and 514 do either raise fees or allow for the department to raise fees via rule.
Yeah, so no.
Let's see.
514 and
know.
515, sorry.
I don't know allowing the department to raise fees would fall underneath your rule. So at least think about those.
Well, to be caution and consistent, we'll hold it.
Jim, I'm gonna ask Rick to come
Yeah,
from now on.
And I guess 515 is fees.
Yes.
Okay, same thing there. 516,
516 simply allows the Senate President and Speaker of the House to assign spaces at One Granite Place in the annex moving forward.
yeah, we'll accede to that. YDC Claims Administrator.
517 moves the YDC Claims Administrator from being under the judicial branch to serving at the pleasure of the governor.
okay. I think we
guess that-
like
I
this.
guess
yeah.
that's what we want.
Yeah,
Exceed.
Sections 520 through 522 require rate parity for Medicaid state plan case management services and appropriates 2.3 million for that purpose.
is that on my list here?
3 million.
2.3 million.
Yeah, I think we
2.3.
agreed to this. Yeah,
We've agreed,
yeah,
exceed.
Section 572, the Department of Education asked to carry funds forward that they have budgeted currently for facility upgrades, specifically audiovisual type work. They would not finish the work by the end of this year. So they'd asked for authority to carry the money forward. Rather than do that, the Senate is expecting that money to lapse in fiscal 25. And then this section here appropriates the same dollar amount in fiscal 26.
That is consistent with what I've asked all the departments to do that had
Yeah.
money that they wanted to not to lapse and to carry it
Sleight
over.
of hand.
I'm trying to keep the draw on the rainy day fund as little as I can.
we appreciate it.
Exceed.
And section 573 was a technical request of the department. The section allows them to accept and expend federal funds for the purpose of administering the summer EBT program this year. Normally, the department would come to fiscal for this, but there's a possibility that fiscal may not meet in July, so this gives them that authority.
Didn't we already talk about EBT?
Yes, but not this, because if we don't meet in July and they
Okay.
can't get the ability, then they need this to be able to take care of them. And believe it, it's summer and the kids want to eat.
Go pick berries.
All right,
All right, we exceed.
and we like the effective date.
Yeah.
Okay, we're done.
All right, so we got through a
Thank
lot
you,
of this.
Mr. White.
Appreciate the patience. I think we're scheduled back at 10, is it tomorrow?
I believe so.
We'll probably meet at 9 for the caucus,
Yes, right.
for the
House
outside.
caucus.
Mr. Chair,
Yep. All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, before, did we finish revenue so LBA can start working on how much money we have left to spend and how much we overspent?
What's your, push your,
I'm
what's
sorry. So the question was, did we finish up revenues so that LBA can start calculating how much money we have? We've either overspent or underspent or whatever is
I
around?
think,
Well, we
Representative
told
Nick-
you you wanted 5 o'clock, right? So. Yes.
All right,
have we,
right now,
let's see what Mr. Shea says.
I believe the answer to that is yes. So talking with the House and the Senate, you've come up with the numbers that you think the Committee of Conference revenue should be, including the lottery-based revenues. There's an amendment being drafted right now for House Bill 1 to address those revenues.
Do we do what Charlie's new numbers of 221 and 236 and accept those
That's
numbers?
correct.
That's this one?
So I think if the chair makes a statement without objection, we have LBA use those numbers to provide the statements that we need to go forward.
Second that.
All right, thank you.
Further from committee members, we'll see you tomorrow at 10. And we are adjourned